welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the MODUS Super Series continues to kick up a gear here on Wednesday's action. Group A comes to a conclusion, and on a day where it turned out that the original pilot episode of Blackadder was found in an archive, whose cunning plan is going to come together? Well, we saw a scintillating Tuesday full of tungsten tension, and this was the best of the action. It turned out to be a table of two halves beginning to emerge on day two, while Mühlenkamp became one of 3 players to find themselves on 8 points going into the final session. It was a much improved day for John Brown. 3 wins from 5 keeps him in the Group B mix. As for Joey, he had a skip in his step, and we could well see the best of him as the week goes along. Betty Van Peer had a day to forget. 10 points to his name. He'll feel like a sitting duck in third. Jim Long finds himself in second position, having lost a last game shootout for top honours. And that defeat came to Fallon Sherrock, who has a 2-point buffer at the top of the table going into Winners Wednesday. And Winners Wednesday it will be today here at the Super Series. Well, Matthew Edgar is alongside me here at the balcony position to talk about what we saw yesterday and to look ahead at what we're going to see today. And just in general, what was your thoughts and your opinions on yesterday's action?
Well, first of all, when you said Winners Wednesday and you said I was here, I thought we're going down the right roads, and then no. But looking ahead and what we saw yesterday was improved. We stood here 24 hours ago. We looked at by the numbers, and I said that there was down in terms of what we expect from this group and the players that we've got here. However, I did say that I expect them to improve to around about the 87, 88 mark, and I think was pretty much around there yesterday. Everybody stepped up their game. The only player who, statistically, by the numbers, didn't step up their game was Ron Mühlenkamp, but it was very, very fractional, and that just shows that he's got that line of consistency.
Well, this is how the table looks going into the final day's action. Fallon Sherrock at the top of the pile, lead of 2 points, and that was because of that final game against Jim Long. We'll talk about that a bit more in just a second, but what else do you make of that league standing?
I'm not surprised in one bit. I don't think anyone's truly out of it mathematically. I think realistically, though, we're looking at the top 3 here, and if I had to make a prediction going forward on this one, you've got to be looking at Jim Long on the basis of what he's been doing in terms of that line of consistency, but it's a line of consistency with brilliance. Yesterday, he averaged 94 for the day, which when you think about his point return, that's a little bit harsh when you look at what the other players have been doing in this group. So if he can keep that going, you've got to say he's the man to watch.
Well, let's compare and contrast then now by having a look at day 2 by the numbers. Well, again, 90 legs played, a huge number of breaks of throw. It just tends to be the kind of group where there's more breaks than at a Halford store. But looking at the overall average, 87.2, checkout ratio of 35%. Again, we talk about the path of the course, that is exceeding that.
That's what I expect from this group. I expect them to exceed our regular numbers because of the types of players that we've got here, the form lines that these players are bringing here, but also the pedigree and the quality that they've got from what they've done in previous venues and other locations around the world. This is a worldwide travelled field. It's not just sometimes we can have quite more localised or players that have only conquered sort of the UK. This is a world travelled field, and they're the sort of numbers I expect.
Fallon Sherrock, the player at the top of the standings going into the final day's action. Would you say that she was the most consistent player out of the lot?
Yes, absolutely. Consistency is the thing that I would say for Fallon Sherrock. However, what she's got these moments of brilliance where she can just sort of put herself ahead. But that consistency line is actually below the line of this field, and it just shows that those key moments can really come into play. She's averaging 84. 84 here on the first couple of days. 84 over the last 12 months in every venue. 84 on the women's tour. Safe to say she's going to be around the 84 mark.
Well, let's see what the bookies think about proceedings here today. Now, you did say yesterday, not to really praise you up and butter you up, but you said Betty Van Peer was not worth taking on, that he's someone that maybe just look at the odds guys and look elsewhere. When you look at today, well, the bookies have kind of reflected on that in the odds.
Definitely, it wasn't the day for him. I made that prediction, that statement, based on how he played on the first day, and he just looked a little bit vulnerable at times, and I thought that the rest of the group was going to step it up, which they did. I expect that he's going to step it up again now, and he's going to rise above this sort of playing field that we've got. However, for me, Jim Long at 7-4 represents amazing value.
Is that because of the fact it's so tight out there? But with a good day, can Bay put himself in the mix?
Of course he can. I think any of these players could come here today and win all 5 matches. So for that reason, everyone's still kind of in the mix. But I think when we're looking at the quality at the moment is within Jim Long. He's just won a seniors tour. He's had a big win against Michael Smith. He shared a stage with Michael Van Gerwen just last week at Madison Square Garden. He is on the crest of a wave, and I think he's going to do it today.
Well, it's that part of the programme where we try and get the tips and opinions of someone who, well, has graced some of the biggest stages of the sport and been to some of the biggest occasions of the sport. So that is why we've gone with Bars's bets for the 3rd time this week. What's your thoughts on what we've got up here?
I'm not sure I really agree with Phil Bars this week. I'm not sure on some of these ones. I look at that second game there, Joey Tenberg against John Brown. When we look at what we've seen in terms of their stats, we see John Brown slip into the 70s a lot more than Joey Tenberg, as he's only done that twice over his 10 matches so far. And he is going upwards. And I think there's value there in Joey Tenberg in that match. We look at the Vampire and Meulenkamp game. He's gone most 180s Vampire. I think that's a bit risky. When we look at their 180 counts, they both hit 13. So there's no real advantage there in terms of what we've seen so far. So I think he's took a bit of a risk here as Phil Bars.
So that is Bars's bets. So remember, if you're having a flutter this morning, it is 18 plus and begambleaware.org. Right, our first game of the session sees Barry Vampire in action. He's up against Ron Meulenkamp. Looking forward to this. 15 good games we're going to get for you over the course of the next few hours or so. Matthew Edgar is going to describe all of those in the commentary box in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The final day of action in Group A, and all is on the line this morning. As the boys on the balcony said, Balancheric leads the way, but being chased by Jim Long and Barry Van Peer. So Barry with the opportunity to get his day off to the perfect start and just apply some pressure. He has a 4-point gap to make up. So defeat here is not an option if he wants to go on and top the table. But from what we've seen so far this week, if they both play to type, that Barry should have too much for Ron Meulenkamp, but 100. It's a new day and different things can happen, as Matt has bombed it down the stairs to join us.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Phil. Opportunity here for, you say you might have too much for him, but does he have too much in the 180s column? That's what Phil Bars thinks 60. On Bars's bets this morning. Both players hit 13 180s so far this week. So I think this is quite a level playing field here.
100. At first glance, when I saw the slide, I liked it.
We can have a look at the numbers. Oh, you might not like it in a minute, Phil.
123.
They both have been very consistent this week, sort of 85 plus. Barry Vampire, though, did up 58. It yesterday. But that vulnerability did show itself a little bit. He wasn't able to get the amount of wins that we'd have expected from a man that's won 4 Challenge Tour titles this year. Ron Meulenkamp. The thing that worries me about Ron is the 81. Range of the performance. We saw moments yesterday of brilliance, certainly towards the back end of the day. 94.81 his last game, but
59.
The range of that, we go from that 94 down to a 77, and at times for me, the throw just seemed a little bit off.
Yeah, we spoke about this yesterday. There's no middle ground. It is all or nothing. And when we talk about throws and we look at it,
100.
That particular version there actually looked quite smooth. And the thing I always look at is the pause at the back of the backswing.
98.
Yesterday, it came back
130,
and it was held. Where those darts, it was smooth, it was rhythmical. And he reverts to type there.
It's not just the fact he's holding it at the back. it's the movement of the shoulder when the dart is in that set position.
97.
Because what he's doing is
Barrier
he's
require
changing the set
86.
position when that shoulder's moving, because it's going to change that release point. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. The most important thing right now is this bullseye
61.
attempt from Barry Van
Ronnie
Peer.
require 40.
Early break opportunity for Ron Meulenkamp, looking at tops. Drags that one low. Comes across tens and
Game
makes
shot
no
of the first
mistake
leg.
on that
Ron
one.
Meulenkamp.
Break in the opener. Ron Meulenkamp leads 1-0. And in a must-win game for Barry Van Peer.
Second leg
He's up
run
against
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
It is decision day in terms of the league table. A player, the player who tops the table, will get an automatic pass through to Saturday night's final.
41.
They'll be joined by 5 other players. They will be decided from our Group B and Group C, which will be Thursday and Friday.
85.
And they are going to be some lineups this week. You look at a week sometimes, and I have 2 heads on this. I have the commentator head where I sit and I go, oh yeah, this is a good week. I like to have a look at this.
100.
And then I get my player's head on and think, I'm glad I'm not in that one.
Absolutely.
101.
The journey of Barry Van Peer, though, and how he's finding things now that he doesn't have a
44.
BDC tour card, it does strike resemblance to that journey of a player like Roby John Rodriguez, who,
59.
when you watch him play now, you wouldn't believe a couple of years ago that he was falling off the tour, barely picking up a win. Same for players like Nathan Aspinall.
Yeah, you just look at it, and when you are in that predicament, a little bit of tension there in Rom's shoulder region.
45.
You look at it, and I look at people like Scott Williams that did so well as well, that when you haven't got that tour card, you can play in so much
60.
more and play more regularly. Where you look at it, players that have played here before, I remember John O'Shea didn't qualify for any of the Euro Tours, and he came on the live lounge and was saying, look,
23.
I can practice at home, but it's not the same, and didn't have any competitive match play for near on 6 weeks.
100.
The other thing you do when you're in that position like Scott Williams was, and many others have been in, is you go into a tournament. I can speak from experience in this, because I've been in all positions really within
100.
that
Barrier
tournament
require
system.
96.
That when you go to events almost... Oh, double 8 here for Barry Van
Game
Peer.
shot
What a
second
nice little
leg,
finish that
Barry
is from
Van
Barry
Peer.
Van Peer. Levels things up for us. 1 apiece. Gets his throw back. But going
Third
back
leg
to that
Barry
point,
to throw first. Game
you
on.
go into events and the attitude is almost... It don't really matter. If I win a game, great, I'm going to get paid £750. Where when you're in a 3rd, 4th or a 5th year on the tour, that £750 might just be par. So actually you've not put anything on your rankings, which means other people are still catching you.
43.
And you play a continuum of a year rather than individual tournaments. And when you get to that stage,
140.
like Scott Williams was last year, he's going to tournaments to play a tournament. He's not playing a 30 event year.
We have side cam. of both players.
125.
Can see the throw, and I like Barry's. It's uncomplicated. It's very
91.
back, forward, and away it goes. Full extension of the arm.
And he needs that. He needs to make sure he's got that pace in the arm, or else it'll just go a bit floaty. He'll get a dart very upright. Wouldn't be surprised if he, when he gets a
58.
little bit softer,
Barrier
the action
require
starts seeing a lot of bounce
170.
outs.
Another. The bullseye for the fish. Wires the 25, Matt.
145.
We have seen that go already this week, and it was ironically by Ron Meulenkamp. He hit that just in our 2nd game of the week. Started off with a bang, didn't he? A 161 from Jim Long and a 170
43.
from
Barrier require
Ron Meulenkamp.
25.
This one a little bit simpler, but gives the same reward, which is 1 point on the board.
9.
The 25 doesn't go, but he will be back because Meulenkamp not on a finish. and he's just lost all range and rhythm. Moulenkamp looked good in leg
41.
one, but
Barrier requires 16.
since then, struggling.
Game shot on the third
Barry
leg.
Van Peer
Barry Van
punishes.
Peer.
Back in front, 2-1.
Fourth leg run to throw first. Game
And
on.
I hate to see it as well when you can visibly see a player who's got the pedigree and done what Ron Meulenkamp has done. And we talk about the pedigree he's got.
95.
Multiple appearances in the World Championship on both codes too, in terms of the old BDO, the
100.
Lakeside, and then in the PDC 6 times. He has qualified for the Alexandra Palace. On the last 4 in a row, has reached the second round stage. Done good runs at the
39.
UK Open last couple of years down there, reaching the 5th round. World Grand Prix, 5 appearances at the Players' Championship finals.
140.
Been very consistent over the years at the highest level.
Yeah, and I remember him getting to a couple of Euro Tour final days and threatening as well.
24.
There's a game in there.
He's been a very good professional for a very long time, but there's just something amiss at the moment for Ron Meulenkamp.
140.
He's staring 3-1 down the barrel here.
But again, we're saying about things being amiss, but all things
140.
fair and
Very
considered, we've also got to remember
121.
he's 6th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, so he's still producing good darts.
81.
It's just not turned up here in Portsmouth this week.
And the 1-2-1 from Barry Van Peer doesn't go, but he sets it up perfectly as he comes back
123.
for a
Very
13-dart leg.
40.
and 3-1. Just needs to come down a little bit. Over adjusted.
30.
Can't
Ron,
find the
you
target.
require
So a
80.
lifeline for Meulenkamp, looking at 80 to level up. Will only get 1 dart at tops, and I'm not sure how much he can see.
Don't think you can see hardly any of it. He's going left, he's going right. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Will he throw it real smooth?
Crisscross.
I think he's opted for quite a middle stand. No, you don't like that one either. Try over there, Ron. Go a bit further. Just go behind the table.
60. Barrier require 10.
I think that was exactly what we expected that dart to do.
Yeah, it was always going to clip the flight on the way through. But Barry Van Peer is only going to get 1 dart at double 2.
Game shot of the fourth
Finds
leg.
it last
Barry
dart in
Van
hand,
Peer.
and it is a 3-1 lead for Barry Van Peer. Ron Meulenkamp has it all to do here. But we
Fifth leg
said
Barry to throw
earlier
first.
that this was a
Game
must-win
on.
game for Van Peer if he wanted to chase the top 2 down, and he's getting off to the perfect start here.
82.
The top 2 are Jim Long and Fallon Sherrock. Barry Van Peer, a victory here will put him on to 12, join him level on points with Jim Long, but Jim Long does have a very healthy leg advantage.
95.
That will be under test in our next game when he takes on a much improved Joey Tenberg.
28.
Do you agree with my selection upstairs that I think Jim Long's the value of the day at 7-4, or are you hanging your hat on somebody else?
190.
I'll pause that for a second just to remind you that that's Bars's bet's probably down on the first leg.
58.
I think that looking at the odds, it's only a 2-point lead that Fallon's got. So the value has to be with Jim Long. I think it will be those two that
96.
scrap it out for victory. I can understand why Fallon is the evens favourite because of that lead that she has.
100. Or on your require 130.
Jim Long does have the legs in his favour, so if it does come down to a head-to-head shootout, game number 10, Fallon Sherrock, Jim Long coming around about 12-15.
40.
The advantage would be with Jim Long at the moment on those legs as well.
It's also a nice thing that Fallon knows that
171. Or on your require 90.
the legs are irrelevant.
Lots to play for. And there might be a bit more in this game yet. Double 10 for Ron Muhlenkamp.
80. Barrier requires
opportunity.
62.
As Barry Van Peer should get one match start. He may get two. He's going to get two at double 16.
Game, shot,
and only
and a
needs
match.
the one.
Barry Van Peer.
Bionic Barry Van Peer gets Wednesday off to a winning start, a 4-1 victory over Ron Muhlenkamp as he cuts the gap at the top of Group A, going level with Jim Long. Coming up after the break, it will be Jim Long against Joey Tenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Barry Van Peer may have put himself back in the picture in terms of qualification through to Saturday night's final in Group A. A 4-1 victory against Ron Muhlenkamp at least gives him an outside shot of qualification. He's now on 12 points, which is the same number that Jim Long begins the day on. He's up against Joey Tenberg in our opening game of the session. And, well, he is our 5th Canadian to play here at the Super Series. So before we'd have a look and delve into the stats of Canadian debutants here in the competition, as you can see, well, they have a very good record, don't they? Matt Campbell, weekly winner back in Southampton, Jacob Taylor, runner-up, and then being the series runner-up. And if you actually compare and contrast the stats, well, Jim has got along at a better rate than all of those players altogether. So he's putting in some fantastic stuff. Is Jim? Let's see if he can get the win against Joey Tenberg. Watching this one, it's Phil and Matt.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV and the viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The first test of the morning for Jim Long as he looks to move level with Fallon Sherrock on 14 points at the top of the table. And this is the test here, isn't it, Matt, that if he can get level, that then shifts the focus and the pressure onto Fallon, where if he comes up short here, Fallon's almost got a free pass.
First leg, Jim to throw first. Game on.
This is down to that sort of which way would you rather kick the ball or where would you rather have your penalties. And why they invented the ABAB format and the ABBA for all these different routes of taking the penalties. Because actually in this position, I would rather be Jim Long, because he's been playing well and he's started well. He's open with a max.
100.
You get to come on stage now and sort of lay down the marker, make them chase. I'd prefer to be in this position for sure, rather than sitting there watching, and you become aware
81.
as the session goes on.
I've noticed a little change in Jim as well. All week we've had the red, white, red flights.
59.
Today we've got the white, red, white version.
Variety is the spice of life, I believe they say. There's no variety here, though, for Jim, is there? That's two 180s already. Let's have a bit of variety, Jim. Let's have a different shot, maybe a 140 or something.
100. Jimmy requires 60.
60 for the opener and an 11 dart leg. Tops.
Game
Sealed.
on the first leg,
What
Jim
a
Long.
start for Jim Long. An 11 dart leg. In this leg, Matt, he hit no tons.
Second
no
leg, Joey
140s,
to
but just the two
throw
180s.
first. Game on.
There was no time to hit a 140 when you've had two 180s in there. He's opened it strong again. He always opens strong.
81.
Cast your mind back to the very first leg of the week. Jim Long opened with a 161 finish and a 12 dart leg.
With that in mind,
45.
would he have preferred to have played Fallon early?
I don't think so. I think you want to leave that
60.
so you've got it in your back pocket as a double whammy, because not only do you add points, but you stop someone else from getting points, and you kind of want that to be a little safety net that you can just keep. It's perfectly placed in match number 4. Perfectly placed.
45.
Having a look over at the CDC rankings, if you're not familiar.
100.
That is sort of your America and Canada. There are World Championship spots available on that tour. Jacob Taylor, who you've just seen on your graphic a moment ago, playing here at the Super Series, is top of that table.
140.
You look at some of the other players there. I think we're going to see a few more of these. John Norman Jr. of Canada could be our 6th Canadian potentially to come here. He's currently
60.
sat 5th in the rankings. We've seen Alex Spellman already of America. We've seen Leonard Gates. Are we going to see Danny Baggish potentially? He's number 3 on the CDC tour. Certainly becoming a bit more
101.
name value on that tour than what we used to have in the past. I remember before, you used to just get Gary Mawson and Darren Young pretty much battling it out all the time.
190. Jimmy require 170.
Leg number 2, 180, number 3. That's for a bit of variety. He could have given us a 170.
105. Joey require 20. No score. Jimmy requires
Mistake.
65.
Will it be punished? Big moment here. Only a dart at the ball from 65.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs
second
a
leg,
dart at the
Jim
ball
Long.
from 65. Jim Long, 2-0 up, averaging 103 right now. Sending
Third
a
leg,
message
Jim to throw
to the
first.
rest.
Game on.
And going back to your point, Matt, I'm not sure how much you saw of the US Darts Masters and the North American Championship because of the time difference, but there was
140.
two youngsters that I'd saw for the first time. I'm sure in North America they'd seen them before, but we had JT Davis
100.
and Jake McMillan as well, almost, that really caught the eye. Two young players, but a lot to like about them.
think that's down to the system that's over there now. I don't think they've ever really had a system that
125.
allows the best players to play each other. And the part of the reason for that is the sheer amount of travelling. You've only got to speak to people like John Park, Jeff Smith,
98.
people that have tried to play over there, and they say the amount of travelling they have to do. It wasn't that long ago I had a video call with Danny Baggish, and he was just coming back from an event.
30.
He travelled 4 hours via car for that event. An event that we would probably class just as a Super League or a sort of county sort of game.
171.
We are very spoilt here in the UK for our darting structure, but we are getting caught up slowly. Lots of interesting developments with different tours and Super Leagues
132.
across Europe, and now going into America, Canada and Asia.
Yeah, and of course, we have
104.
the ADC,
Jimmy require 106.
ADC Europe, ADC Oceanic. The pathways are all linking together.
$30. Joey require 28.
A chance here for Joey to break back straight away. But that's the problem with the
No
difficult
score.
splits.
Jimmy requires 76.
Well, Jim's yet to miss a dart or a double in this one, and that includes that bullseye on the 65 attempt in leg number 2. Should be getting a dart at tops. For a 3-0 lead.
Game shot the third
Continues the
leg,
trend.
Jim Long.
Yet to miss a dart at a double, Jim Long. This is tidy and polished, and this is that high level of consistency
Fourth leg,
that we were
Joey
speaking
to
about
throw
earlier.
first. Game
Not
on.
once in his matches yesterday did he drop below a 90 average, and he looks like he's going to keep that going
40.
with an average at the moment around about the 96 mark.
Yeah, Joey Tenberg has had opportunities in the last 2 legs, could not take them, and Jim Long, the ultimate punisher, as he bangs in his 3rd maximum of this match.
Let me just crunch some numbers here quickly for you. Jim Long is the only player
96.
so far who has hit an average over 100. And out of his 10 matches so far, he has achieved averages over 90 in 7 of those 10. That is a good return, especially when one of those was an 89.54.
41.
So near enough, if we're going to round things, we'd end up rounding that to the 90. There's only really been 2 games where he's not been 90 plus.
100.
He carries on in that vein. You would imagine he would be hard to beat come Saturday.
Well, if he carries on in that vein, I would be predicting
54.
and suggesting that at odds of 8 to 1, they are far too big for Jim Long to win this week.
133.
So 226. How handy can he leave this?
59. Joey
Not
require
really enough pressure there.
132. $104. Jimmy require 167.
However, you wouldn't put this one past him.
$60.
So Joey comes
Joey
back for
require
this
28.
double 14. We have seen it unravel for him in the past.
Game
But the
shot the
past
fourth
is the
leg,
past.
Joey
In
Tenberg.
the present, he has nailed it. He's levelled. Well, he's pulled one back, should I say. Long way from levelling yet. Jim Long, 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, Jim to throw first.
Mystic Matt over
Game
there.
on.
Is there something that you know?
I think he's going to need Jim Long to come off the pace for him to get level in this one. Joey's doing his bit, though. That was a
140.
good leg of darts there from Joey. And when we talk about the upwards curve he's been on, I'm not just talking
100.
numbers and stats. I'm talking about the visuals as well for Joey Tenberg. How it looks, how he comes across, how he's feeling with things. We had a little chat with him on Monday before play started, and he
64.
didn't really know, did he? He didn't really have much of an idea what was going to happen, but one thing I do like to do when the players are playing is just have a little look through their social medias. It's interesting
59.
to see that Joey Tenberg still has a picture of playing in the UK Open in 2016 as one of his profile pictures. That just tells you that darts is such a big part of his life, and as much as he may have tried to get away from it,
100.
it's always going to keep pulling him back in.
It's always there, always
60.
in the back of your mind when you walk away from something. What if, maybe, can I, could I? And we see him back here on the Super Series stage.
140.
Jim Long has set up match points
96. Jim, you require
and has time.
57.
So 17 for tops for Jim Long and 2 points. Mr. Darlow a double for the first time.
17.
Missed 2, but he will be back, Matt.
Joey Tenberg back on 186, so can't be done in 3 darts. He can just hit and hope.
60.
And now he'll have to hope
require
and hope.
40.
Second chance for Jim Long. That looks a good guide. Just needs to come down a little.
Game shot.
And he finds
and
the
the
middle of
match,
the bed.
Jim Long.
Jim Long, a 4-1 victory over Joey Tenberg. And he draws level with Fallon Sherrick at the top of Group A and says, over to you. Fallon Sherrick will be on that stage after this short break when she takes on John Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, what a performance from Jim Long. 3 180s, 4 out of 7 on the doubles to get the better of Joey ten Berg by 4-1 in his opening game of the session. That means that he goes top of the table on legs difference. But Fallon Sherrock, the league leader overnight, is in action in our third game of the session. She takes on John Brown. It was an improved day 2 for him, having won 3 of his 5 matches, and he'll be looking to kick on. And that Group B spot is still there for the taking as far as he's concerned. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Here we go, Matt. First test of Fallon Sherrock today. She had a 2-point lead. Jim Long has eradicated that. So it says over to you, Fallon.
And that leg difference could come into play as the day goes on. It might just be a case of wins might
First
not
leg,
be
John
enough.
to throw first.
It might need to be
Game
about
on.
the size of the wins. We will keep you up to date with all the twists and turns throughout the day, because there is other positions to play for as well, other than that top one. The Group B
96.
obviously has its benefits as well, so there'll be players hunting down those positions.
Yeah,
60.
nothing set in stone yet in Group A. Still all to play for.
$58.
Two very different throws, Matt. Fallon, there's no moving parts in terms of
140.
the darts, but in John, there's a twiddle and a set before in his hand. There it is, just that little set into motion.
97.
You see a few people have a little twist in the hand. I think Mervyn King's probably the one that comes to mind the most.
59.
Yeah, Merv King, James Wade as well, where it's there and it's that set and into position. Kim Hybrex as well.
140.
Good start here on his own throw from JB.
58. John, your
Down
bar
to-
110.
A finish after 12. We're looking at 54. He's gone for the ball. With Fallon
47.
not on a finish. Did that one surprise you?
Not overly. I think he's just trying to leave his face. He's got a 25. He could have
63.
stayed there to leave the tops. I think it's not worked out too well in leaving the 63, but he's polishing this up quite nicely. 63 is one of
51.
those awkward
Fallon
finishes that
require
looks easy in terms of
126.
numbers, but you don't get that treble with the first dart. It is only the one, and that is a slip from Fallon. A single 19 would have still given her an opportunity there to have
76.
left the shot at the
John, your
bullseye.
bar 12.
It's a slow start here from Fallon.
But now JB's chasing tricky double three last start.
6.
And he can't take
Fallon,
it.
you require 50.
The scoring phase of the game was sensational from John Brown, and you can see there the frustration in him.
Game shot of the first leg. Fallon
And he's
Sherrock.
punished. Break of throw in the opener. John will be so disappointed, missing 5 darts to
Second
hold
leg
throw.
Fallon
Was on a
to
finish
throw
after
first.
12, Matt.
Game on.
Huge missed opportunity.
Absolutely. And you sort of do get the
96.
feeling that the players in the back room would have probably been willing John Brown on in that situation, because Fallon does come in with that little bit of a points advantage.
125. $180.
First 180 of this match goes the way of Fallon Sherrock. She's hit 12
100.
now for the week. Might be adding to it.
180.
Back-to-back 180s for Fallon Sherrock.
82.
She
Fallon, you
stumbled
require
over the line in that
45.
first leg, and then she's bossing this one.
Game shot on the
An
second
11
leg,
dart
Fallon
leg there from
Sherrick.
Fallon Sherrick. She's saying, Jim Long, anything you can do, I can do too.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on. $131. $93.
John Brown digging in.
100.
Just had an 11 darter hit into him here from Fallon Sherrick. He's looking at hitting straight back. His first maximum of the day. 11 in total for him.
43.
The 180 count today already on the rise.
100.
He's on course for retaliating here with an 11 darter of his own.
97. John, you require 90. $34.
Leaves 56.
$85. John, you require 56.
Bit of deja vu from leg one.
Game
But
shot
this
on the third
time,
leg, John Brown.
John Brown makes no mistake on the outer ring.
Fourth leg, Fallon to throw first. Game on. $51.
Just feel that a win here would
58.
perhaps settle Fallon for the rest of the day, where if it was a defeat, you then start thinking things.
190.
I'm starting to think things. I'm starting to think how many 180s are we going to see today, because everyone has turned up with their big power scoring boots on today.
96.
Third maximum of this match for Fallon. 4 in total if you include the one of John Brown.
41.
I had a little look through the socials last night, and you could see on Twitter last night from Fallon Sherrick, she was enjoying the experience. So it's really good
93.
to get a lot of sort of good quality time on the board, which was what she was hoping to do by entering the Super Series for the full week. The only problem is she might not be here for the
100.
full week, because she might not be here Thursday, Friday if she continues to play like this.
Fate is in our own hands.
58. Fallon, you require 129.
But it was interesting listening to her yesterday speak. We'll touch on that in a second. She's not going to take it out. She said that she's prepared for all
70.
scenarios, that if she has to play in Group B or C, she's here for the whole week. Not a problem. If she does get a couple of days off, she's going to hit the board when she stays at home.
140. Fallon, you require 59.
Tops for 3-1. Last start, double 10.
39.
And this time, it doesn't
John, you
go.
require 56.
So John Brown, 56 to break back. 2 at tops that he hit in the last one.
16.
And the look
Fallon,
says it
you
all, Matt.
require 20.
He's had his chances, he's had his opportunities, not been able to take them. Will Fallon take hers, or will she repay the favour?
Game shot of the fourth leg, Fallon
Moves her
Sherrick.
just one leg away from being top of the table.
Fifth leg, John to
after
throw
11
first.
rounds
Game
of
on.
fixtures. And that's the key thing at the moment, because while the results are going the way they are, what they're doing is just ticking off the amount of opportunities.
82.
And Jim Long is running out of lives.
What I liked about that finish from Fallon, the finish itself wasn't difficult. It was the fact that dart 1 missed. As she's addressing
100.
for dart 2, it obviously wasn't set properly in her hand, and she had the composure to step back, reset, and hit.
134. 56.
But John Brown going to have to run for cover here.
59. 100.
That ton just keeps her in touch in this leg, but it's still advantage JB because he has the darts and a 20-point plus
100.
lead.
$100. John, you require 126.
19's first for the 126. Can't now finish.
31.
This will be
Fallon,
some
you
way to
require
win it.
145.
And it's on. But John Brown, when he's had his opportunities, made a bit of a mess of
93.
them, and he's
John,
made
you
a mess of that
require
126. Left himself plenty of work to do here with the 95. Needs to hit. It's got to be a double or a treble. And it's neither. And it's going to be matched
55.
darts for Van
Fallon, you
Cherrick
require
to
52.
put herself back top of the table.
Missed the big number. Will only get one dart when it should have been two.
Game,
But
shot,
he needs
and
the
a
one
match.
dart.
Fallon
Fallon
Sherrick.
Sherrick restores her 2-point lead at the top of Group A with a 4-1 victory over John Brand. Coming up after the break, Jim Long won't have long to wait to see if he can cut the gap once again as he takes on Ron Moulenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Fallon Sherritt get the better of John Brown by 4-1 to begin her campaign for the day. That means, as far as the table is concerned, for the first round of fixtures for Wednesday at the Live Lounge, it means that she re-establishes her 2-point buffer at the top of the table from Jim Long, who also won his first game against Joey Tenberg. It looks like it's going to be a really interesting race towards the line. We are going to kick off round 2 with Jim Long in action. He takes on Ron Meulenkamp, and watching this one in the commentary box, it is Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, H. And Matt, it's all getting a little bit exciting now. The little run of fixtures, the way they've gone, Jim Fallon. Just the luck of the fixture computer, but great for us because we will know what the scenario is as they both tick their games off.
And I think this lap of fixtures could really be significant the way Jim Long's playing at the moment. You'd fancy him to pick up the victory here against Ron Meulenkamp. Ron Meulenkamp been struggling as of late and didn't kick off his campaign too well today. Just a 77 average in the opener, where Fallon Sherritt is going to be coming up against the man who was favourite to lift this title this week and big favourite to win this group, Berry Van Peer, who also had an improved performance in game
First leg
number
on
1.
to throw first. Game on.
What I'm basically saying is it's going to bunch up.
Just looking at the way the table is now and the games that remain, is 20 points still going to be enough to take the title, do you feel?
45.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. I think 22 will be safe.
100.
We could see someone take this on the 20. Because players at the bottom end of the table, Joey Tenberg, John Brown and Ron Meulenkamp, can certainly cause the shocks.
57.
And I wouldn't even call them shocks. We're talking about a man here in Ron Meulenkamp who's number 6 on the PDC Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Yeah, he's just not fired here this week.
140. 140. 81.
Good cover shooting here from Ron Meulenkamp. He hasn't been finding much
171.
success at the top end of the board today, so mix it up a bit. I like that.
100. Run your require 88.
18 for, okay, gone the double.
72.
Don't
Jimmy
mind that.
require
I like that.
80.
Yep. Especially if you're on the inside, because you're pulling inside, you still get the dart of the ball. Bigger target.
Game shot of the first
Not as big
leg.
as
Jim
the
Long.
tops looks right now for Jim Long, because been very good on the outer ring once again. He
Second
was
leg, Jim
4 from
to
7 in
throw
his opening
first.
game, but
Game on.
he hasn't really had too many flaws there throughout this campaign so far. He's been around about the 40% mark.
Yeah, a break in 15 darts.
140.
Jim Long is meaning business.
$85.
We know Jim Long's travelled over here, so he will be staying down here for the couple of days if he was to have Thursday and Friday off, so he could probably go check out the sights of Portsmouth.
57.
There are some sites as well.
I'm not sure what he's going to do with his Thursday afternoon or his whole day on Friday, but he'll have a good Thursday morning.
140.
Leave the hotel at 10.
100.
Go get himself a 99 on the front there.
180.
Is forging a break back opportunity here.
43.
And that's
We're on
a
your
slip.
horn, 96.
Does leave a finish, but he would have wanted it a lot lower. Moonencamp needs a treble. Can't find one.
56.
So tees up
Jim
tops
Iroquois,
unless Jim
161.
can raise the roof here at the live lounge. We've seen this before. Darting deja vu.
Game
Oh
shot
my
the second
word.
leg, Jim Long.
As Jim Long stares down the ball mat, that is a huge, huge moment in Group A.
Third leg run to throw first. Game on.
Massive, and a massive finish for the second time this week as well. He hit that in his first leg of the week here. We took out the 161 against Fallon Sherrick. That exact same route, so he knew what he was going to do there. But this isn't Ron Muhlenkamp playing poorly here. He's averaging 108. This is just Jim Long being
45.
efficient.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 dart legs, including that roof raiser.
95.
So regardless of what happens here in terms of the result, Muhlenkamp got plenty to take here.
140.
You just see from the overhead cam that Jim Long's darts sit a lot flatter than Muhlenkamp's. That's the perfect first dart for him, you'd have thought.
59.
Muhlenkamp's darts, though, when we talk about when his throw's not quite worked out for him, when he's had this little bit of a pause at the back with the lift of the shoulder, you'll get a much more aggressive stand-up on the dart. I think Jim Long's,
60.
they're not quite flat. They've just got a little bit of a kick, which means he can throw either way. When we talk about people that will do the old classic Phil Taylor stack, or you say Muhlenkamp who's going to want to come underneath that dart, Jim Long can play either way round.
100.
Yeah, a bit Johnny Clayton-esque. Just clip the flight there and you can see by the way it's sat.
100. On your car, 107.
Tops for one back.
87. Jimmy Iroquois,
By that reaction, I don't think he was
156.
happy with the way he threw it.
$140.
Long
On your
applies the
car,
pressure.
20.
And says, what have you got, Muhlenkamp?
Game on the third leg. Ron
Ron says,
Muhlenkamp.
I'm just fine, thanks. And pins double 10 to cut the gap to 1.
Fourth leg, Jim to throw first. Game on.
Good reaction this from Ron Muhlenkamp. I think, like most people, I was having a little bit of concern for Ron Muhlenkamp coming into this one, and
30.
the way that the form's been going. Mostly, not so much where the darts are landing. We can ignore that side of the screen because that can change quite a bit. I'm talking about on the right-hand side of your screen, where we're watching the player. That's the bit that concerned me. But this is showing the quality and the pedigree and the reason as to why he's held that tour card so long. The reason as to why we've seen him play in
100.
8 World Championships. You don't just get a ticket to the World Championship from the raffle. You need to be able to produce this. It'd be so fitting
140.
to have chased down the 9-darter. I'd be happy enough, though, to be chasing down the Jim Long throw.
90. $87.
Big moments in this contest. Muhlenkamp down to 94 has manufactured the breakback opportunity.
140. On your
Can he
corner,
convert that?
94.
He's Got a shot of double eight to do just that.
78.
Would have been for a
Jim
12 dart
Iroquois,
leg as well there from Ron
141.
Muhlenkamp. But Jim Long, been a bit of a heartbreaker at times with these big finishes. Twice held the 161. The 141 though, not really much easier.
65.
The
Ron
double though, rather than
Iroquois,
dart the ball
16.
if it had got the couple of trebles required. It's a straight, simple equation here for Ron Muhlenkamp. One dart left in hand to level us up.
Game shot of the
Big
fourth leg.
dart.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
Big dart in the context of this match. Big dart in context of the group.
Fifth leg run to throw first. Game on.
Especially now because Muhlenkamp has the darts. Jim Long is going to have to find something. And find something
83.
against the man that's averaging over a ton can be difficult. Very difficult.
$140.
But we've seen it all week so far. When asked, Jim Long has produced.
$96. $100.
Jim Long slightly in front on the Muhlenkamp throw. And with that slack dart mat, all of a sudden it's become a
85.
chance.
$140.
I don't think it's the slack dart. I think it's the brilliant darts here of Jim Long. 2 140s and a ton. Leaving himself a finish after 9.
100. Jim Iroquois,
Outscored
121.
the 12 darts thrown by Ron Muhlenkamp. You'd fancy him to get 6 from here.
Gonna need them.
There are no guarantees that he'll get those 6
53.
though. The
Ron
137
Iroquois,
from Muhlenkamp.
137.
He does need to start with a treble to give himself some options. That's a long way off. One 137, take away 3. Here's 134 Ron.
Quick maths.
43. Jim Iroquois,
I think he was probably playing the
68.
situation there as well, probably looking at what Jim Long wants and just trying to work out something a little bit safer. Might be nothing
Game
safe
shot
though.
on the fifth
When
leg,
Jim Long
Jim
comes to the
Long.
board, he's done it again. The first 3 legs all done. First dart in hand at the double. 100% again. And that includes the dart at the ball for that 161.
Sixth leg Jim to throw first.
Yeah, and the winning legs
Game on.
in this game. Back-to-back 15s from Jim. 16 and a 15 from Ron. And then another breaker throwing 14 from Jim.
28.
We are talking about a 2-horse race all day.
140.
That's what I've been talking about. Jim Long and Fallon Sherrick. However, Berry Van Peer was to beat Fallon Sherrick in our next game. He would go to 14 points and just be 2 points away from that
55.
chasing pack. It could quite easily become a 3-way.
I still think it is a 3-horse race at the moment. Only just.
97.
And that's results depending. Barry is probably going to have to beat Jim and Fallon today. But we've seen from a man that's won 4 Challenge Tour titles this year, that's more than achievable.
100.
Is this one set to go to a deciding leg?
83.
It's a slip from Muhlenkamp, but he's still in a very good position. Both of these
100.
playing better on the other's darts at the moment, Matt.
And Mühlenkamp's opening up a big opportunity here to level this game up.
130.
Level it up in a sense that will also give him the advantage of throw. And in a normal situation, you'd say their pressure
51.
applied, but I don't think Ron Mühlenkamp's playing with pressure here. He's bottom of the table on 8 points. He can't win this group. He's playing just to win games of darts. It's Jim Long who's under the pressure.
Game on the 6th leg,
Case in
Ron
point.
Mühlenkamp.
Ron Mühlenkamp is free rolling right now. Jim Long is the man who needs to react
7th and
and
final
respond.
leg on to
However,
throw first.
every time he's been asked a question
Game on.
so far, he has produced the answers. Can he do it one more time?
Yeah, 14 dart breaker throw for both in the last 2 legs.
100.
But Mühlenkamp has the darts in this decider. Love if we had that player cam we keep talking about.
140.
That was a 10th 140 of this match for Jim Long. That's been a real feature of his game these past couple of days, especially to kick off legs.
60.
Now's your opportunity, Jim Long. This is the time where you would love to find one of those big shots.
It's a great recovery dart.
121.
After a disastrous opening dart, that is brilliant for Jim Long, and he has taken the darts away from Ron Mühlenkamp in this decider.
96.
Really has been a group of breaks of throw, Matt. We've said it all week.
60.
This has to be a 140 minimum. It's going to be.
100.
Jim Long wasn't looking, but he's not going to like what he's hearing. A flick over to the scoreboard. And he knows there's work to do. He knows there's probably a long element here of head down and hope that he doesn't hear that call of game shot.
65.
65. And that is a disaster. May only get a dart at the ball.
Going to be over to the 12s. Give him that shot. Jim Long just can't look at the board, could he? He's looking everywhere but. Now he's watching. Is he going to like what he sees?
Game.
He won't.
Shot.
A huge
And a match
start there from Ron
Mühlenkamp.
Mühlenkamp in the context of his week, as that was by far his best performance. 3 180s and a 98 average was enough to beat Jim Long, who keeps up his level of performance. He did nothing wrong, but it is over to Fallon Sherrick now. A chance to stretch at the top of the table in her next game when she's going to be taking on Berry Van Peer.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And if the action on Saturday night is like anything we've seen today, you might want to come down to the live lounge in Portsmouth, because before the break, we saw our first twist and turn at the top of Group A. Ron Moulenkamp, 98 average, getting the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3, despite a 161 checkout, and 3 out of 3 when it came to the doubling, which opens up the door now for Fallon Sherrick at the top of the table. Now, she could move 4 points clear with victory here against Berry Van Peer, but if Berry can be victorious here, well, you've got 3 players all in the space of 2 points. It'll make things very interesting as you head towards the run towards the line. So let's get into this oh so pivotal match in the company of Matt and Phil.
Matt, here we go. Huge moments in this Group A campaign. Fallon Sherrick could go 4 points clear at the top, and that would be a huge advantage.
Or Berry Van Peer could join the party. Henry
First
did
leg,
say
Fallon
there,
to throw
our
first.
first twist
Game on.
and turn. I strongly expect that is going to be the first of many, because Berry Van Peer would have probably took quite a lot from that
100.
victory there for Rob Meulenkamp. He would have been probably hoping that that was the result. It's probably worked out quite well for him in terms of
140.
one of the players in the bottom 3 picking up a victory over Jim Long. Then he can go and beat one of the other players out of this top 2 in Fallon Sherrick.
43.
He'll be right back in the mix.
It's going to be an interesting 10 to 15 minutes here in Group A.
81. $100.
Looking ahead to fixtures, Berry Van Peer would not play Jim Long
85.
until match number 14. And that would have come after the Fallon Sherrick Jim Long match.
60.
It's all going to get a bit confusing and puzzling. We will try and simplify it as much as we can throughout the day for you. What you need to know, though,
95.
is in the context of the table, this one is going to give us more questions than answers, regardless of which way round it goes.
100. Berry require
For
100.
first blood to Berry Van Peer. 2 at tops to break.
Game
Only
from the first
needs the
leg,
one.
Berry Van Peer.
Is Group A taking another twist?
Second leg, Berry to throw first. Game on. $140.
He looks in the mood. I think he knows the importance.
81. $91. $140.
Very focused, isn't she? This week, Fallon Sherrick. She's certainly not just going through the motions. She wanted
100.
quality time on the board, and she's certainly getting that.
Yeah, we're seeing it from a
100.
there's
Berry
more
require
consistency in the game at the
170.
moment because of that time.
58.
There's that consistency, and there's those moments, but when you're coming up against a player like Berry Van Peer, who has done what he has this year, Those moments
60.
just need to come a little bit more
Barrier
frequent.
require 112.
At the moment, this is all about Berry. He's setting the pace. He's setting the tone. It could be back-to-back tumblers finishes.
76. Fallon, you require 120.
Big moment, this. Huge if this goes.
100.
Clips the bottom wire mat. Opportunity
Barrier
missed.
require 36.
It was a small chance, but it was a chance. She will be ruin that missed start.
Game shot on the second
Could
leg.
be
Barry
ruining it
Van Peer.
more than we imagine. Because a big victory here for Berry Van Peer.
Third leg Fallon to throw
Below
first.
the legs column,
Game
completely
on.
out of her favour. And despite the fact she'd have those points, it would force her then to have to literally serve out all the matches.
140.
This is
100.
better from Berry Van Peer today, more rhythmic.
$60.
It's a very unlucky 60, that one. The grouping was good.
140.
This is all about Berry at the moment. Fallon's just got to try and cling on to him at the moment. Or she may just be
58.
clinging on to the top of the table by her fingernails. Berry can sense the
45.
opportunity from this lap of fixtures. Could be the only player in the top three to have took any points.
43.
Barry Van Peer is now on the verge of a double breaker throw.
56.
Needs a treble.
60.
Can't find one. The scoring
Barrier
is
require
gone.
160. $100. Fallon, you require 140.
This is the only sort of opportunities Fallon's getting in this game so far. These sort of tumblers checkouts.
42. Barrier requires 60.
As the frustration starts to build. Could be a double breaker throw. Double 10
Game shot in the third leg. Barry
Barry
Van
Van Peer.
Peer.
is pace setting this game perfectly.
Fourth leg, Barry to throw first.
Huge.
Game on.
In Group A right now.
100.
And it's not just the win, it's the scoreline. Because this will flip-flop that leg difference. It's going to put Barry Van Peer right in the mix. Fallon is to
100.
go on to lose this game. She's got to try and put something on the board here.
45.
First time this game, a little window of opportunity presents itself.
58.
Opportunity not taken. And when Barry's in this mood, you don't get too many of these
40.
opportunities. That one must come as far back as the hockey line.
Certainly took off.
Good, it didn't come straight back down. It'd have probably got him in the thighs.
58.
Just think it's
95.
damage limitation here for Fallon that even in defeat she needs to get a couple of legs on the board here.
$134.
Big darts, but depending on what Barry does here, it might feel a little bit too late.
140. Fallon, you require 151.
So Barry Van Peer will have an opportunity for a 4-0 here, which
55.
will absolutely banana
Require
bomb the Group
81.
A table.
12 for a dart at the ball for 4-0.
Game, shot,
And that is
the match
absolutely
Berry
huge. Group A has just taken another twist as Berry Van Peer puts himself firmly back in the title picture after a disastrous day yesterday, beating Fallon Sherrick 4-0. Coming up after the break, we'll see Joey Tenberg against John Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there is another twist and another turn in the race for qualification for Saturday night as Berry Van Peer got the better of Fallon Sherrick by 4-0. This is what it does then in terms of the table. Sherrick stays top on 16 points, but now there's two players that are hotly contesting that race on her heels on 14. That's Jim Long and Berry Van Peer now, and it could be some race now towards the finishing line when it comes to Group A here at the Super Series. Right, our final game of the second round of fixtures for the day sees John Brown in action up against Joey Tenberg. The victor will move on to 10 points. And watching this one, Phil and Matt.
Welcome back, everyone, to our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Matt, this game here lets us catch our breath away from the scrap at the top of the table, because this one is going to go deep into the afternoon.
Well, this is a game where we've got the two players joint bottom of the table who can't now win the group, and realistic chances now of reaching Group B are probably out of it. So we probably pretty much know the fate of these two guys now, Joey Tenberg and John Brown. But I also want to remind viewers that this is leg number 2 of Basler's Bets.
First leg, Joey to throw first. Game on.
And what Phil predicted in this one was the straight match victory. You went for John Brown, and I questioned that at the start of the day
83.
when we was looking over your slide. I thought there was a bit of value in Joey here when we look at what he's been able to do and the increase in the line of
60.
performance. I think the other thing that concerned me a little bit with that selection was going into that. The amount of times that John Brown has dropped
137.
below an 80 average. He did that 5 times over his first 10 matches across Monday and Tuesday, so 50% of the time been in the 70s.
140.
And I think the way Joey's been on the upwards curve, I would take you on with that one, Mr. Vars.
140.
It's all good.
$93. Joey
That being
require
said, all things fair and
141.
considered, the last 3 games for John Brown have all been over that 80, and he's actually hit a 90 average in his last game of yesterday.
65.
So he's showing the moments of why he won that PDC Tour card, why he reached the last 32
97.
stage of
Joey
the UK
requires
Open.
76.
Well,
36.
Matt, some
John require
breaking news from the
111.
world of darts. Michael van Gerwen will miss the World Cup for a 2nd year.
Game shot of the first
Breaker
leg.
throw. John Brown
Brown
pins the 111 for a 15-dart break of throw.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And this is where we can see the best of the players come through as well. Because when we look at that
134.
table situation, the other players in 5th and 6th only separated by legs difference.
140.
On 8 points, that's 4 wins from their 11 matches played so far. And with that,
57.
they can use this time on the board and just have a bit of quality practice.
24.
Still 4 games to play, including this one, so 3 after this match. Which means that
100.
8 points potentially available. So there's still a bit of an opportunity. Obviously, all results would have to go their way, but they could still
60.
squeeze into a Group B possibility.
Yeah, still all to play for. Like I say, a little bit of luck needed
97.
along the way.
$41. John, you require 113.
Saw the 111 go. Last leg. Can he add a 113 to the resume? It's going to get a dart at tops.
73.
Doesn't hit, but we'll be back.
That 111 was his biggest finish of the week so far. Was the
60.
straight ton until that
John,
point.
you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Here's
John
2-0.
Brown.
John Brown holds in 16. Leads 2-0, averaging a shade under
Third leg, Joey to
97.
throw first. Game on.
Doing Bars's bets proud.
Always said even if it's a good
123.
price.
$100. $60.
First maximum of the match goes to the way of the Bristolian.
140. $65.
Potential.
85.
Double break of throw
John, your
here,
bar
Matt.
156.
He's playing very well here, John Brown. It's the best performance we've seen from him
81.
so far this
Joey
week. So
Require
encouraging signs,
93.
considering he's got at least another 2 days to go in his Group B or Group C campaign.
Game shot the third
That's
leg, Joey
A very
Tenberg.
clean finish there from Joey Tenberg. He went the aggressive route for the treble rather than the
Fourth leg, John, to
25
throw
bullseye
first.
option, which is the more
Game on.
modern route, advocated by Raymond van Barneveld, who said, if as a professional player you don't think you're going to hit a treble with 2 darts,
95.
you're clearly not of a professional mindset.
140.
I like the consistency, looking at that overhead angle of the way JB's darts enter the board, all identical.
100.
Good point of release. Unlike that one, that was just late. He's thrown that on the downward swing. And then, like with most people,
45.
if the first dart goes off, it's a struggle to try and find it with dart 2 and 3. Joey strikes me as that sort of player as well. When that first dart goes right, you can tend to
121.
follow it in the same sort of area.
The old first dart merchant.
30. Joey Require 140. $60.
Just got a little bit loose from John Brown here.
84.
Needed that
Joey
treble, but
Require
it's still
80.
needing Joey Tenberg to miss.
75.
Miss he does, so
John Require
potential lifeline for Brown
107.
to hold 107. Double 16. And it
75.
doesn't go.
Joey Require 5. Game shot on the fourth leg, Joey Tenberg.
polishes off the 5. We are level again at 2-all.
This is one of the good things about darts, though, as well, and one of the things that a lot of people enjoy
Fifth leg,
about
Joey
the
to
sport,
throw
because
first. Game on.
it was only about 3 minutes ago that you said there's a possibility here for a double breaker throw. 3 minutes later, we've got a level game.
41. $135. $100.
Looking at the way Joey Tenberg's improved as the week's gone on, I wouldn't be surprised to see him here on Saturday.
I agree. Every day he's got better and better.
180.
And that just gets rid of a little bit of darting rust where he's not played competitively.
95.
But John Brown bangs in his second max of this match. And are we looking at another breaker throw?
81.
That's been the story of the week. Well, you are wondering what happened at last start of John Brown. He just rotated the wrist. So it ended up almost flicking out of the thumb.
25. John Require 105.
Good second dart there for John Brown.
85.
Gave him a dart at tops. Didn't have to go. He will be back. Joey Tenberg after 12 darts. Way back on 240. But finds
123.
best
John Require 20.
of the leg. Still a long way away. John Brown thought that was in.
Game shot
That
the
is.
fifth leg, John Brown.
JB leads again.
Sixth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
This time, he'll be throwing for the match.
57.
when you've not won that many games, so
96.
when you get in this position and you're thrown for the match, you can tend to find it just gets a little bit edgy.
140.
We are watching two players here that have both achieved PDC Tour status. So they've been in these sort of positions a million
140.
times before.
Could do with another treble.
135.
Leaves a bogey, but couldn't do a lot after that second dart slipped into the treble 5.
57.
So John Brown can set this up. Set it up brilliantly.
137.
The last 3 scoring visits, 140, 135, 137. As John Brown leaves 32 after 12, Matt.
41. John, you require 32. Game
And wraps it
shot,
up in
and the
14.
match,
John Brown, his best performance of the week so far. And he is moving in the right direction. He got better yesterday. He's got better again today. An average of nearly 98 with a couple of maximums. Enough to see off Joey Tenberg. Coming up next, go back to the top of the table when Fallon Sherrock takes on Ron Muhlenkamp.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our day, which means it is time to get the assessment of primetime Matthew Edgar up here on the balcony. Let's begin by having a look at what we've seen so far today. Kicked off with a 4-1 victory for Barry Van Peer against Ron Muhlenkamp. All the top 3 winning their first games, but the round 2 was littered with drama.
Especially when you look at that sort of top 3 positions, only Barry Van Peer was someone who picked up the points in that, which puts him back in the mix. And when you look at the day he's had so far, he's played Ron Meulenkamp and Fallon Sherrick. We've seen Ron Meulenkamp play very well in lap number 2, and he's only lost 1 leg so far out the 9 legs he's played. That is eye-catching, and he's making a bit of a move, and he's going to really put himself into contention here.
So let's see what that does in terms of the league table then, as you head into the final 3 rounds of fixtures for the day. Fallon Sherrick out on top, but only 2 points clear of that chasing pack.
That victory for Barry Van Peer there, we mentioned on commentary about what it was doing in terms of the legs column. We can see how it's affected Fallon's legs and how now it's brought Barry into it. Fallon still does have the advantage of the points. That is the first deciding factor, so it's still in her own hands. 3 games to go. Essentially, it's a quarter-final, a semi-final and a final to get through to Saturday. But she can't afford any more slip-ups, especially the way Barry Van Peer's playing today.
Well, that's probably the most crucial game of the day so far, that clash between Barry Van Peer and Fallon Sherrick, because if Fallon was to get that victory, she would have gone 4 points clear at the top of the table. But Barry he's imperious in that game.
He was very good. He did everything at the right times. All the big moments went his way. The finishing was on point. And we saw that not just in the game against Fallon, but in the earlier game as well against Ron Meulenkamp. He is really on it today. And I did mention on commentary as well when we was downstairs having a look at what he's done throughout the year. He's been winning titles quite regularly, so he knows about this business end, and he's got a very positive feeling when it comes to this back end of days and to the back ends of groups. He has got through before, and he's in a very good position. Even though he's 2 points behind, he right now is the form man.
Another player in a good position is Jim Long. Even though he lost that second game, of course, he's still in that very good position. Showed us some highlight moments, the second 1-6-1 of the week in his opening game against Ron.
I think Jim Long has probably been the harshest treated player if we're going to look purely at numbers and averages, because his averages have been the best of any player by far. It's not even close. Jim Long has been putting in the numbers in terms of stats, but he's not converting those stats to as many wins as he should. With the stats he's had, he should be top of the league clearly, and it should be pretty much all done and dusted. But he's not converting them into results, and he's kept himself probably in a position where he's got to look around him and probably hope for a favour or 2.
Can you almost say that because of what Jim's doing, other players are inflating their level of performance against him?
I think sometimes it's easier to play someone who plays well. That sounds daft, I know, but let me speak this out. There's times when, like, you'll play one of the real top players, like a Michael Van Gerwen or Michael Smith, and you almost just get lost in the game because you expect them to play well, that you don't end up getting involved in the moments or reading situations. That's probably what's happening with Jim Long at the moment. Because he's playing so well, players are expecting certain things against him, where when you're playing someone who's a bit hit and miss, you tend to be a little bit more aware and you tend to watch a little bit more. So I think Jim Long's probably, his own brilliance is his downfall.
Coming up next, Fallon Sherrick in action against Ron Meulenkamp, with the league leader playing first in this cycle of fixtures. It makes things very, very interesting.
I think what makes this interesting as well is that last round of fixtures. Fallon coming into this off the back of that 4-0 defeat, but Ron Meulenkamp coming into this after the best performance he's put in all week. So this one has a lot more questions than I can provide answers for right now.
Well, this was Ron beating Jim Long, and, well, that 98 average, again, as you say, is he the type of player that if we're going to get into the second group of the week that can possibly hit his straps and maybe find something that gets himself through to Saturday, maybe be a contender on Saturday?
He will be a contender, absolutely. When we look at what he's done this year, we can look over the last couple of days and we can take that short-term form of the last couple of days and we get carried away with it a little bit and go, oh, he's not playing very well. He's 6th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He's been getting Pro Tour invites. He had a Pro Tour invite this past week. He's not a player that's coming into this with no form or no sort of expectation. It's just with just nitpicking and looking at that very, very short-term form. He's definitely in contention for Saturday night.
Well, Ron is in action now. He takes on the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick. It's our 7th game of the session. Matt Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, to the action here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. As the boys on the balcony were saying, this could be a huge moment in the race for the Group A title. Ron Meulenkamp comes into it off the back of his best performance of the week. Fallon Sherrick off the back of a 4-0 defeat. But Fallon could extend her lead at the top to 4 points. Yes, the chasing pack would have a game in hand, but points on the board could create the pressure. As we get ready for action.
First leg run to throw first. Game on.
Really intriguing contest for many different reasons. Can Sherrick bounce back? Can Moulenkamp find that consistency that he had
95.
last time out? Over the next 10 minutes or so, we will find the answers as Matt is back in the booth here.
84.
Question. And I'm afraid I don't have many answers for them right now. It's all down to those moments and the players who's going to produce.
100.
Well, Moulenkamp can still creep himself into a Group B position, which I'm pretty sure would be his preference if he had to pick a Group B or a C.
46.
Yeah, I think it's everyone's preference.
Does have his advantages, and I think most people prefer the time slot as well. It's not as bad now with the Group C starting a bit later. We start
59.
past the 1 o'clock, where it used to be 9:30. If you've had 3 days of 9:30 starts, then
97.
day 4 and 5 just started to get a little bit tired. Do you get a bit of a lie-in now on the Thursday and Friday? It's actually now the more preference in terms
60.
of the starting time. The PDC Pro Tour starts at 1 o'clock, and I always think if they start at 1 o'clock, there must have been some study or research to suggest what is an ideal
58.
start time that can hit sort of peak performances without some level of fatigue.
I think so. I think if you ask the players on the Pro Tour, most of them would prefer the 12 o'clock start.
127.
Because when we had the COVID days and we used to start late, like 2 o'clock sometimes, it was actually much preferred by the
42.
players.
Ron
back then,
requires
so
60.
Ron Moulenkamp to take the opener on throw. 2 at tops.
Game shot of the first
Only
leg.
needs the
Ron
one.
Moulenkamp.
And finally, has the real Ron Moulenkamp
Second leg Fallon
turned
to
up at the
throw
Super
first.
Series.
Game on.
And a worrying sign there if you're a fan of Fallon Sherrick. She stood at the back of the stage and almost looked a bit disconnected.
134.
Almost as if she feels she's throwing this away.
Yeah, after you've been bageled,
60.
you just want that winning feeling again. Just get a leg back on the board.
$25.
Darts like that are not going to give you a winning feeling at all. Slow start from Fallon.
$125.
Players spoiling the party. Crashing the wedding. Ron Moulenkamp, in his last game, beat Jim Long.
100.
In this game, he's got the opportunity to beat Fallon Sherrick. The two players we've drawn all the attention to throughout the opening of this show. Ron Moulenkamp could beat them both and open the door up for Berry Van Peer.
100.
The first time
96.
this week, all the eyes wasn't on Berry Van Peer. He didn't open up the odds. He wasn't the favourite for the first time. He might end up producing his best.
100.
Big last start there for Moulenkamp. Puts him down
146.
to a nicer finish. May not get a go. Double 13.
Games
What a
on the
finish
second
that
leg,
is from Fallon Sherrick.
Sherrick.
A 146. And like we were discussing a second ago, Matt, that should settle the nerves.
Third leg run to throw first. Game on.
That should kickstart things for her. A lovely 146 finish. But I don't think it's nerves as such for Fallon. I don't think she's a player that gets too edgy.
140.
Especially when you look at what she's sort of experienced and the things she's done in her career.
140.
If you was going to ask me honestly what I thought it was, I don't know at this point, but I wouldn't put it to nerves.
42.
Finds the cover.
96.
Just edged a little in front. I wouldn't call it a chance yet.
$99.
Should start downstairs here.
$95.
You know what? I'm going to put a tag on it. I'm going to say a predetermined expectancy.
Nice.
Whether it's an expectancy from ourselves or an expectancy from herself, I
190.
think she's got an idea of what
Value
it should
require
look
170.
like. And then when it doesn't happen, there's just that hint of frustration.
The perfect setup from Moolenkamp. However,
132.
Fallon threatens the fish.
Run your
Wasn't that close, Fallon?
40.
She hit the wire. It was the near enough the treble 12, but it was the wire. And that's in between
Gauge on
the
the third
wires,
leg, Ron
perfectly where
Muhlenkamp.
Ron Muhlenkamp wanted that to be. And this one, a very rarity, is going with the
Fourth leg
throw.
Fallon to throw first.
Yeah, they both
Game
warmed
on.
up now as well. It was a shaky opener, but since then, settled into the groove. Both averages
96.
well over the 90 mark.
$140.
We said yesterday that one of the ways Ron Muhlenkamp needs to get past this issue, so to speak, with the shoulder is
96.
to throw with venom. And those last starts, those 140s, were thrown hard.
Yeah, I just watching him the last day and a bit.
140.
When there's no pressure, he does that. But when the pressure's on, it almost if he reverts to type almost and starts floating them again.
120.
It's almost like a default mode that he goes back into.
Well, you're just trying to be deliberate. You're trying to make sure of something, and the more you try and make sure of it, the ironic thing is the worse it
65.
gets.
Yeah, I think when you're overthinking it and, like you said there, Matt, trying to be so deliberate, you lose something. For me, darts is more
59.
playing on
Value require
instinct than it is
156.
deliberate.
Absolutely. 'Cause when you're thinking, that's in the conscious. Oh, double 18. The hand one back.
120. Fallon, you require
Fallon took
130.
out the 146 for her leg. It may need to be another big finish to get a second.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We're
Fallon
being treated
Sherwood.
to some exceptional stuff here from both players. Last
Fifth leg run
last
to
leg,
throw
Fallon missed the
first.
ball
Game on.
for a 170. Moolenkamp missed double 18 for a 156. Fallon pins the ball for a 130. Carry on with this, guys.
And that makes her
100.
the best big finisher of the week so far. That's 5 that she's hit in total. A 152, 124, 104.
100.
Two biggies in this match, the 146 and the 130. When she is at her best, when we're talking about, when I really feel Fallon was at her best, was that Grand Slam of Darts run.
60.
And in that Grand Slam of Darts run, that was the feature. That's what dug her out of situations. That's what separated her from her opponents at times. And that's what pushed Peter Wright all the way. And that was a peak Peter Wright that day as well.
Yeah, and I remember off the back of it, Peter Wright was calling for her to get that Premier League spot that everyone was talking about.
96.
It's a real interesting one, and that Fallon has divided opinion ever since that day at Alexandra Palace. But
60.
what she's done for the sport and taken it into other areas that people knew nothing about darts, but then, oh, is that Fallon playing? That it went to areas that other players couldn't get us into.
87.
Yeah, I think she became the face of just what some people saw was a problem. And I don't think it was ever about Fallon as the issue. I think the issue was the situation.
59.
And I think people voiced issue with the situation, but wrongly Fallon became the face of that problem.
But the fact that she did get to the quarterfinals
98.
of a ranked PDC major without a tour card is some achievement.
100. Around you require 60.
She's staring down the barrel here against Ron Muhlenkamp. He's got plenty of room to the right-hand side there. That won't be in the way at all.
40.
But here's Fallon's
42.
opportunity to get that breaker throw she's going to need.
Going to get 2 at double 16.
Game shot
She
of the fifth
only
leg,
needs the
Fallon
one.
Sherrock.
And like you were talking about there, Matt, 75%, 3 from 4 on the outer ring.
6 leg Fallon
That's
to
been the
throw
difference.
first. Game on.
There's not much of a difference in terms of the averages on this one. Both players
96.
playing what you'd say is their A game. It's not the A plus, it's not the A star, but you'd say this is
60.
there in terms of levels, certainly from what we've seen so far this week. So both players producing. Alan just producing slightly more at those key
140.
moments.
Yeah, and that's exactly the phrase that you've summed it up there, Matt. It is the key moments. The 146, the 130, the break of throw,
95.
punishing the mistake. Ron's had his chances here, but hasn't taken them.
95.
Muhlenkamp needs to hit big here. And it's not going to happen. So Fallon is going to get
137.
2 chances to get rid of this 170. Fabulous setup. 134 to leave Old Faithful, Matt.
This is going to ask questions of the group.
100.
Because this could be significant
36.
now. For a big win for Fallon Sherrock.
Game.
And
shot,
Fallon Sherrock
and the match,
pins
Fallon
double 18.
Sherrock.
Second dart of asking. She bounces back from that 4-0 defeat to beat Ron Muhlenkamp 4-2. 95.25 average from the Queen of the Palace. 66% on the outer ring. And she moves 4 points clear in Group A and says to Jim Long and Barry Van Peer, over to you. Coming up after the break, we will see Jim Long taking on John Bram.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrick has gone back clear at the top of the table once again. 2 ton-plus finishes en route to a 4-2 victory against Ron Moulenkamp means that she has re-established her 4-point cushion at the front of the table. Now, we can also confirm that Jim Long is also going to be a participant in Group B at the very least when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. He's still looking to win that Group A title. He's in action up against John Brown here. And watching this one in the commentary box, here is Phil and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. It is another one of those games, we're going to be saying it a lot, where the context of the table and who's going to be winning this group. Got one of those players in the mix here, Jim Long, taking on the 23-year-old Bristolian John Brown, whose levels today and for the last few games have been that would concern Jim Long, who is currently 4 points sat behind Fallon Sherrick at the top of the table. And that performance in the last one there from John Brown, a 97.72.
First leg, Jim to throw first. Game on.
That is going to be more than enough to cause concerns for Jim Long. But Jim Long, as we have mentioned, statistically is the player, is the man of this group.
97.
Averaged 94 across his 5 matches yesterday. The only player to break 100. He's not dropped below that 90 today. A 91 and a 96 is averages.
42.
But he's just not converting this into victories. When we look at yesterday, never dropped below a 90. A 94 average across his 5 matches. But he only managed to win 3 out of the 5 matches.
Yeah, like you were saying there, Matt, that Jim
100.
numerically has been superb, but it's just been punished for momentary lapses in concentration.
Well, there was 11 averages yesterday
45.
of 90 or more. Jim Long had 5 of them. Everybody else, all 5 other players across all their matches, because only mastered 6. And Jim Long won 3
59.
matches. With nearly 50% of the averages that went over 90. Averages are a guide, as they say.
139.
This will be some average here from Jim Long, leaving himself tops after 12. And in the last couple of games, Jim Long has gone 3 from 3.
125. Jim, you require
In
40.
the opening 3 legs, taking him out with the first start in hand.
Game
That trend
shot of the first
continues.
leg, Jim Long.
Brilliant 13 dart holder throw.
Second leg, John to throw
There's
first.
Jim.
Game on.
Tries to cut that gap to Fallon Sherrick at the top of the table. So we said we'd keep a close eye on the
43.
table. Matt, we've been doing the number crunching, and now, as a bare minimum, Fallon Sherrick and Jim Long are guaranteed Group B.
100.
Factually, now they cannot drop below 3rd.
That's all good news for when we're looking at the big picture.
140.
I can guarantee those players will take no comfort in that situation whatsoever. They have one goal in mind. That is winning the group. And
100.
I can speak from this. Again, when I say I can speak from 2 different perspectives, when I sit here in this commentary chair, we look at the whole scenario. Like, the main thing is getting through to Saturday. It doesn't matter how you do it.
125.
When I played in this about 6 weeks ago, I only wanted to win the group. And going into the last couple of games when I knew I'd already qualified, that wasn't enough. I wanted
60.
to win the group. It wasn't, oh, I'm happy now I've got through. And it's just interesting when you think about the different angles that we look at it, because we look at it from a more rational point of view.
96.
But on the other side of this wall where the players' lounge is, there is no rationale in there.
I know, we are less than a metre from the players' practice room, and like you say, common sense goes out the window through that wall.
83. John, you require 97. $57. Jim, you require 158. $134. John, you require 40.
He thought that was in. You have to have a little look. It's probably due to the
Game
angle
John
of the
the
dart.
second
John,
John
that one is.
Brown.
You can go get that one out. Well, you mentioned about common sense going out the window with the players.
Third leg Jim to throw
It
first.
certainly went out the window with Fallon
Game on.
yesterday, didn't it, when she tried to take a bite of a sandwich with an open can of Coke in the hand and showered herself in it.
Never a dull moment when Fallon's around.
140.
She's one of those people that if something's going to go wrong to, she's front of the queue.
45. $100.
You're just tempted to see if you should tell the pigeon story, aren't you? I can hear the cogs turning.
I wasn't thinking about that,
96.
actually. What I was thinking about was I'd love to be inside the mind of Jim Long right now. How he approaches this pursuit
60.
of top spot. But now you have mentioned it, I suppose we better go with it. That walking in this morning, Fallon
100.
dive bombed and attacked by a pigeon.
You did want to make sure that there was no recorded footage of it.
Yeah, it was just outside the live lounge here.
130.
Our CCTV, you haven't got that recorded of you. We were like, yes, we have, Fallon. But don't worry, we won't put it out.
60. Jimmy requires
That'd
71.
get some likes on TikTok, that wasn't it?
Game shot in the third leg, Jim Long.
Jim Long's going to be putting some likes on that. Once again, one dart in hand. The first three
Fourth leg
legs
John
of the
to
match
throw first.
for Jim Long,
Game on.
he hits the double first dart, and he's doing it again. It could be 3 matches in a row where he's been on for the
97.
100% match. Something we've not seen so far this week, the 4 from 4 on the doubles. We have seen a 100% match. Jim Long, 3 from 3, but he didn't win it. So
123.
we're not going to award him that one. We maybe give him a bronze medal. I wouldn't even give that a silver.
Talking about finishing stats, I still want to see
96.
5 from 4.
Is that with the double-double?
Correct.
Nearly had that. Jim Long did that
100.
yesterday.
That's what made me think of it.
$138.
I'm impressed here with John Brown as well because at times it's been a difficult week for him, but back end of yesterday and especially today, we're seeing fighting qualities from him
100.
as
John
well
Require
as
170.
improved darts. So that says to me that mentally he's strong on the hockey. Wires the big fish.
145.
A very good quality to have, and he's doing this against a man averaging 104 in Jim Long. He just keeps walking into it.
55. John require 25.
Coming back for 25 to level us up at 209. 2 at double 18. Only
Game shot of
needs the
fourth leg,
one.
John Brown.
John Brown levels it up. He's asking the questions of Jim
Fifth
Long
leg,
here.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
He just
140.
continues to produce. We keep a tally of 180s, but I would love to see a comparison of 140 shots because I think
30.
Jim Long would potentially be record-setting.
Just looking at the table here as well, that a win here for John Brown would put him hot on the heels
140.
of Barry Van Peer in a race for that third place. There is only one spot in Group B left,
46.
so this could be huge for JB.
A race for the place. You're a poet now, Mr. Bars.
100.
lyrical gangster, I prefer.
I can't say I'd be buying the book, to be honest.
I wouldn't write one.
59. Jim, you require 121.
You might be getting a ticket to see this man.
89.
It might be as soon as Saturday night. The way he is throwing his darts, you'd expect him to be here for the week 6 finals.
90.
Wants
Jim, you
double
require
16.
32.
To lead again.
Inch
Finds
on
it.
the fifth
It's
leg,
another
Jim
13
Long.
dart leg for Jim Long. His winning legs are 13, 15 and 13. And
Six leg John
if he
to
wasn't
throw
here on
first.
Saturday night, Matt,
Game on.
I'd love to see what the others have done to get here.
If he's not here on Saturday, I'll be very, very surprised. I think at 8 to 1, he's huge value for this week
140.
because he is by far the standout performer. It's just that match play is just not quite working out for him in terms of with the averages he had. He should be top of the
100.
table. He should be booking his place on Saturday night. As could everybody else be booking their place on Saturday night.
134.
And if you want to be here at the Live Lounge on Saturday night for the Week 6 final, give that QR code a little scan and it will take you directly to the page on dartshop.tv
58.
to book your tickets. Remember, they are complimentary, but there is a small booking fee. Well worth it, isn't it, Matt? For a unique darting experience.
140.
I think it'll be worth it in terms of the lineup we're going to have this week as well. You're going to get a quality field that's going to be very evenly matched.
59. John, you
I
require
love to make predictions
87.
and be bold, but this week's quite tricky. I'm with Jim Long at the moment, but it's going to be some conclusion.
75.
We haven't even started Group B and C yet.
John Brown will be back to send us the distance.
60. John, you require 12.
No, the tricky double 3.
Game
Oh,
John
he
the sixth
needs the one
leg,
dart.
John
He was
Brown.
aggressive. And that's exactly what John Brown needed. 3-all. We're going the way.
Seventh and final
501
leg, Jim,
points
to throw
for both
first.
players. It's a
Game
shootout.
on.
And this could be huge for the Group A title race.
And here we go again, Jim Long must be thinking. He's averaged over 100 for most of
60.
this match, and he's finding himself in a last leg shootout with a guy averaging in the mid-80s. But what John Brown's done well is he's held his throw strong. And that's sometimes
42.
where average can be misleading, because if you hold your own throw strong and then you don't play well against the darts, you're going to win one leg, lose one leg, but your average is going to be a lot lower than the scoreboard would probably make it look.
100.
Big last start there for Jim Long, finding the treble. Could do with another.
96.
As you were.
He's
100.
a good experience of getting over the line, Jim Long. He had it recently against Michael Smith in New York. The world #1 and world champion went down. He's also had a win on the Alexandra Palace stage,
100.
beating Mickey Mansell before losing out 3-2 to Barry Van Peer. It wasn't Barry Van Peer. I'm getting carried away with today's group.
Barry on the mark.
120.
Same syllables.
And the 140 from Jim Long has put him on the cusp
57.
here.
Jimmy
101
require 101.
to cut the gap at the top of Group A. Is going to get a dart at double 16 to seal the deal.
Game, shot,
and only needs
and a
that one
match,
dart.
Jim Long.
We finally had it. The perfect finishing game. Jim Long finishes 4 from 4 on the outer ring with that 101 finish, 99 average. And he taps Balan Sherrick on the shoulder and says, I'm still here, as the gap is cut to 2. Coming up after the break, Barry Van Peer against Joey Tenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's a case of the perfect performance at the perfect time for Jim Long as he gets the better John Brown by 4 legs of 3, 99 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubling and finishing off a 101 checkout. In terms of the table then, it puts him to within 2 points of Fallon Show, applying the pressure at the top of the table. Next up in action is Barry Van Peer. He can also move to within 2 points of Sherrick at the top of the table. A win here against Joey ten Berg would confirm our Group C lineup for Thursday and Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So let's see what happens in this one in the company of Phil and Matt.
For the first time this week, Barry Van Peer came into a day's action, not the favourite to win the group, but he could put himself into a very strong position here with victory over Joey ten Berg. Joey ten Berg, the 37-year-old from The Hague in Netherlands, not been playing much darts recently, and he's not been enjoying his darts today. He doesn't feel like it's going right for him, despite the fact his averages have still been in that sort of mid-80s range. But he's just not getting that feel today, playing a lot more darts than he has been recently. He's not
First leg,
been out
Barry
on
to
the
throw first.
international
Game on.
stage since 2016. The year he lost his PDC tour card. So this is like a crash course in darts for him at the moment.
140.
He'll be hoping not to crash and burn here against Barry Van Peer, who is putting himself back in the mix for Group A
60.
success.
Really intriguing group so far. But
140.
Barry Van Peer win seals the slots, and then it's just a case of who's going to win, Matt.
40.
When you're not feeling great, stuff like that happens. That second dart was in the treble 20, and it came back out of the treble 20.
100.
But Barry Van Peer will have lots of positivity playing against Joey ten Berg. He's got quite a lot of wins against him
41.
recently.
Barry require
And
121.
one of them was in the quarterfinal of the Dutch Open when Barry Van Peer lifted the
81.
title. A title that carries the same ranking points as the WDF World Championship, just to put even more praise on how big of a
57.
victory that
Barry
was
require 40.
for Barry Van Peer.
20.
He's got plenty of time on his hand because Joey ten Berg not really
47.
in the same
Barry
neighbourhood.
require 20. Game shot of the first leg, Barry Van
We talk
Peer.
about that big title that Barry Van Peer picked up, that Dutch Open, with normally
Second
around
leg, Joey
about
to
5,000
throw first.
entries. I've been
Game
to
on.
the Dutch Open once, and it's a different world. It's
140.
crazy the amount of dartboards and players and the atmosphere of the event. And I wouldn't be surprised to see
61.
similar happen over in Belgium. Not too long ago, there was a tournament that didn't carry any sort of ranking points over in Belgium, and it 900
100.
entries. Imagine what's going to happen when the ranking points are involved.
180.
First 180 of the match goes the way of Barry Van Peer. Taking
41.
his weekly tally up to 14.
$85.
Makes him the joint top 180 hitter of the week. Fallon Sherrick also on 14. I
140.
think everyone's got good tallies on the 180s this week. You normally see one player pull away, but these have all been consistently brilliant at
24.
filling
Joey
up the
require
red.
80. 70. Barry require 151. 93. Joey require 10. Game shot on the second
We have
leg,
a level
Joey
game.
Tinberg.
Joey ten Berg levels it up. 16 dart hold
Third
of
leg,
throw.
Barry to throw first. Game on.
We say about filling it up. You just knew after that first start he was going to fill it up again.
180.
Just sat perfectly in the board there for Berry.
180. 100.
Both players was loosely on the 9. I say
36.
loosely because I can tell you now, as soon as a player hits a 180 with the first 3 darts, the head just peeks up a little bit like a meerkat,
65.
just meerkatting around, just aware of the situation. Often the question, when does a player
123. Barrier require 156.
start thinking of the 9 dart? It's after the first 180. Remember Michael van Gerwen, who was thinking about it before the first dart when he tried to do it all different sorts of funky ways.
96.
When he completed darts and got bored and trying to... How hasn't it been done before?
Speaking of
90.
funky ways,
Barrier
Barry Van
requires
Peer's been going some
60.
funky ways for the finishers, but this one should be... Well, so it should be quite simple. He's
Game shot the
gone
third
for
leg.
tops and
Barry
tens.
Van Peer.
Instead, we get a cheeky little double attempt from Barry Van Peer. I'm pretty sure the first dart
Fourth leg
was
Joey to
just trying to
throw
go
first.
high and put a
Game
little
on.
too much on it.
Yeah, he's just trying to avoid the potential they've hitting the treble 20.
140.
It's always the concern with those sort of shots, the 52s,
57.
60, when you go on that 20, that you might just pop one in the treble 20. We've seen
100.
some examples of that on the biggest stages where players have bust the maximum, the 180, when they've been trying to hit a big single 20 to lead top.
96.
Sturt Van Duvenbode against Raymond van Barneveld comes to mind. Damon Heta recently in the European Tour in Gibraltar. I believe Steve
85.
Farmer as well did one against Ronnie Baxter.
$59. $60. $96. Joy acquire 116.
All going with the bat at the moment. Oh, a little bit of
100.
aggression coming in from Joey. He might not have been playing as much recently, but he's certainly hungry for wins.
57.
wants a bit
Joy
more.
requires 16.
Can't put out the fire in the belly.
Game shot of the fourth
Nice
leg.
last start
Joey
there as well.
Timberg.
A nice start for the practice room as well, because we talk about the players on the stage and how it affects them.
Fifth leg Berry to
But we've
throw
also
first.
got to be very aware
Game
that
on.
right now there's a little table in there with the TV screen. So the players will be very aware and they'll get a live feed of the stage. Jim Norman, Fallon Sherrick will be watching. They won't be liking that part of it though.
No, and Barry Van Peer has been
41.
exceptionally strong on throw in this game. Yes, it's 2-all, but Joey Timberg not really threatening the Van Peer throw mat.
100.
It's hard to do so because he keeps popping in those big 180s to start. It's hard to chase down a man that hits the max.
140.
Or in this game so far, 3-1 to Barry Van Peer. You'll be wishing you put Van Peer took the most
100.
180s in this one in Barza's bets.
$100. Barry require 121. Game shot on the
That
fifth
is
leg. Barry Van
absolutely
Peer.
exceptional from Barry Van Peer. 12 dart leg, a 180, a 1-2, 1 out mat,
Sixth leg Joey to
And he
throw
is-
first. Game on.
heading towards Group B as a minimum.
41.
Fantastic leg. Perfect start, perfect finish. And in the Meat in the middle part of that
56.
sandwich wasn't too bad either. You can tell it's approaching
140.
lunchtime here in the UK when you start describing the darts as a darting sandwich of brilliance.
81. $140.
And we were talking about the amount of breaks of throw we've had so far this week. It's just over 40%, about 3% up on usual, Matt. So the trend is there that we were talking about.
I'm not surprised, to be honest.
140.
When you look at the players we've got, I think certainly early on, I think that stat's decreasing.
100. You require
Oh, I get the
40.
vibe that it's decreasing as it's going on. We're seeing it feels like we're getting more holds of throw. I
20.
think a lot of that came in those early games.
Barry require
when
124.
the standard wasn't quite what it is at the moment. But this is an opportunity for Barry Van Peer to get the victory. He's doing it again.
It's not there, Barry.
68. Joey require 20.
I still have no idea how this 1-2-4 option has come.
Game
Well,
on the
Barry
sixth
Van Peer.
leg, Joey Tenberg.
Don't get it. Don't understand it. Don't like it.
I know something I do understand though. We are once again in
Seventh
that last
and
leg
final leg,
shootout.
Berry to throw
We are
first.
one leg
Game
away from the points. Berry does not win this leg. His chances of winning will only become
on.
mathematical.
180.
Wow. Once again, 180 to kick off a leg with a throw. There is not much Joey can do.
100.
He's just got to stay with him now, keep him in touching distance, and hope he makes a mistake.
100.
4 maximums. 50% on the
100.
doubles. You're going to be very hard to beat. And Barry Van Peer will be thinking, where was this form yesterday? Good day
100.
1. Disastrous day 2. Back in day 3.
$24. Barry
Just
require
a nice little
121.
settler there. This could be an identical leg. He's going the identical route.
81.
Even a double after 12. There's not a lot Joey can do. And this is fantastic from Barry Van Peer to seal the points and keep himself
27.
well and
Barry
truly in the
require
mix.
40.
Double top for Van Peer.
Game,
Only
shot,
needs the
and the
one
match,
dart.
Barry
Barry
Van
Van Peer
Peer.
with a 4-3 victory over Joey Tenberg. That guarantees him a place in Group B. But now all eyes will turn to the title race, where it is a 3-way shootout between Fallon Sherrick, Jim Long and Barry Van Peer. And speaking of that, we have a heavyweight clash up next. The top 2 go head-to-head, Sherrick against Long, after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Barry Van Peer has got himself back in the winner's circle, winning his last 2 legs with a combination of 25 darts to get over the line against Joey ten Berg by 4 legs to 3. That means after the 13th round of fixtures, this is how the hotly contested Group A race sees itself. So Fallon Sherritt 2 points clear at the top of the table on 18 points. Jim Long and Barry Van Peer keeping close company on 16. And we've got a huge battle coming up next in terms of that race for a place at finals night, because it sees Fallon Sherritt in action against Jim Long. Now, this is how the pair have gone over the last 2 days of action. And as you can see, Fallon Sherritt has a 2-0 head-to-head record, doing so with a running average of 88.2 free average, and then both players checking out at around about the 40% mark. But as you can see, 5 maximums for Sherritt compared to Jim Long's 0 has meant that she's avoided more opportunities at the outer ring. A win for Sherritt will put her on to 20 points and put her into pole position when it comes to qualification. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Here we go, everyone. The top 2 go head-to-head here in Group A. For all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, strap yourself in, because this is going to be a monumental moment in Group A, Matt.
This is Jim Long's last opportunity. If he is not to win this match, if Fallon Sherritt beats Jim Long again, then that is it done. As far as Jim Long's concerned, he will be back tomorrow and Friday evening taking part in Group B. The way he has played, that would be extremely harsh to say the very least, in terms of his stats, his averages, the sheer amount of 140s he's been scoring.
First leg, Fallon to throw first. Game on.
But he has been losing the big moments, and that is something that Fallon's been extremely good at. When the chips are down, she has found the big hits.
121.
The victory here as well of Fallon Sherritt wouldn't just eliminate Jim Long, but it would mean that Barry Van Peer can
95.
only catch Fallon on leg difference. And that's provided Fallon doesn't beat Joey ten Berg in her final game.
99.
Really intriguing.
100.
Fallon has the darts. Jim Long is going to have to find something.
100.
Looking at 4 19s, and treble 20 leaves the fish. That one's gone astray.
135. 57.
'Fallon is sat on a 3-darter.
59. Fallon, you require 124.
Jim Long would have wanted a treble there, as Fallon should get a dart at the ball.
Game shot on the
That
first
is
leg. Fallon
absolutely
Sherritt.
majestic from Fallon Sherritt. 1-2-4 on the ball,
Second
15
leg,
dart
Jim
hold
to
and
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
Jim Long up against it.
Again for 2 reasons. Again for Jim Long running into somebody just hitting everything against
100.
him. But again for Fallon, who found a big finish at the right time. That's her 6th big finish of the week so far. She is by
60.
far the best player at taking out the big ton plus finishes. And do you notice how she didn't go the 14 route on the 1-2-4? It's not taking off, is it?
Strange that, isn't it?
140. 100. 100.
one flips off the
121.
flight.
Jamiroquai 161.
Just having a little look over the odds from this morning in comparison to before the
61.
start here. The gamble, the money actually came for Fallon Sherrick here, so seems like the punters are ignoring that sort of performance of Jim Long, where he's practically had 9
140.
games in a row
Jamiroquai
above a 90
100.
average, and they're slightly concerned that he's not converting.
And all of a sudden, life is
60.
becoming tricky for Jim Long.
Jamiroquai 80.
That 140 gives Fallon Sherrick a chance here to break. It may only be one at tops if this one's straight. It will be one at tops.
60.
Doesn't go. Big moment, Matt.
Jim
Jamiroquai
Long,
40.
last 8 darts at double have all been successful. 8 from 8. It won't be 9 from 9.
Game shot on the second leg.
9
Jim
from
Long.
10.
Still very tidy.
Yeah, we'll give him that. Very good
Third
on
leg
the
Fallon to throw first.
doubles
Game
once
on.
again here. Jim Long is 12 hit so far today from just
100.
16 attempts. That is eyebrow raising.
$60.
I'm not very good with the quick maths, but percentage-wise, is that 75? 75%.
Yeah.
39.
That'll do. And yet he still can't find ways to top the table.
Needs another treble.
100.
Be disappointed with that one. Didn't really punish the Fallon poor visit before.
140.
And we go back to the point, Matt, that Jim Long needs to find that break of throw. Every time Fallon holds,
60.
the pressure increases.
I'm just thinking as well, like if Jim Long is to be playing in Group B, not going straight through, that maybe a little bit of a review of his performance here, because the numbers don't
140.
add up for me. So there's got to be somewhere, and I'm wondering if it's here. I'm wondering if we watch this back and we look back through the play, is it a case that Jim Long, against the darts,
140.
doesn't find the same level that he
82.
does on the throw?
82, the bullseye is perfect. One more at double 16.
50.
Doesn't go.
Jamiroquai 141.
141's big, but this may be the only chance that Jim Long gets. Oh, we all held our breath.
109. Fallon requires.
But now there's
32.
pressure. Double 16 for Fallon.
Game shot on the third
Pressure,
leg.
Matt.
Fallon
What
Sherrick.
pressure as it goes in one?
Fourth leg, Jim to throw first.
This is where Jim
Game on.
normally points the big stuff. When he's got the darts in his hand and needs to produce.
59.
There's one thing we've got to say about Jim Long, though, it's the performance, the straightness of the darts. He's not straying off that 20 line as much as he was. On the opening day, he was losing the lie on the 20s.
100.
The last couple of days, just throwing a little bit firmer. The darts regularly down that 20 line. I know he's going to hit a 5 now because I've mentioned it.
100. $60.
Only a 60. There was a glimmer of an opportunity there for Fallon. But it's as you were. It's not a disaster. What Jim Long would give for another one of them.
140.
Super visit from the gentleman.
$140.
Fallon responds.
$59.
There is much more response here from Fallon. She could be putting 1 foot well and truly into Saturday night. This is a really good setup play here from Fallon.
135.
Best
Jim, you require
performance here for the biggest moment. It was
143.
a 95 in the last game, average now touching a ton.
The 143 isn't going to go, so Fallon Sherrick will get a look
100
at the
Fallon, you require
66.
66.
She's going to get 2 darts at Old Faithful. Is that a good guide? It's
48.
not taken, Matt, and I think that flicked the flight on the way
Jimmy
through, the way
O'Connor,
the angle
43.
changed slightly.
And Jim Long, who's had no fortune, gets a reprieve here.
Game
And the
shot of the
doubles
fourth
continue
leg,
to be
Jim
the
Long.
same way. 13 hit from 17 darts thrown today. But
Fifth
that
leg
just had a
Fallon
feel
to
of it
throw
more like a
first.
breaker
Game on.
throw rather than a holder throw there because of the scoring that Fallon got herself ahead.
Well, I've just put a little asterisk next to leg 4.
80.
And if Jim Long goes on to win Group A, I think it turned leg 4 of this game.
Could very much be right. But he's going to have to find
60.
a breaker throw, and at the moment, he's not threatened that so far. Feel like he's a long way off the breaker
86.
throw at the moment. But we know he's capable. Especially when he fires these 140s in.
140.
He's being forced into hitting them because of the consistency of Fallon in this game.
58.
Is that the first mistake, Matt? It's the trebleless visit that they all fear.
It's not the first mistake. She's made a few. But it's the first
100.
one that's had a little bit of a bite back. The first one that may actually cost her. A mistake isn't a mistake if your opponent doesn't capitalise.
60.
We said leg 4, mark it down, because now Jim Long is favourite to break. Is he about to go favourite for the Group A title?
177.
What a shot from Jim Long. He's left himself 3 darts at the double. And he's only missed 4 darts at a double all day.
100. Jim,
So
you
the
require
likelihood here
24.
is Jim Long going to put himself a leg away.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Jim Long.
I don't know what Jim Long does in his practice routines, but I think I might want to find out because these doubles are incredible from Jim
Six
Long.
leg Jim to
14
throw first.
hits from his
Game on.
18 darts thrown today. But that was timing. A 13 darter breaks the throw of the table topper and would
21.
put himself top of the table. And that's where that leg difference will really come into play because he'll have a big advantage then on Fallon Sherrick.
41.
Poor first visit from Long, not punished. So he breathes again. Another.
140.
What a last start that is from Jim Long, turning the screw now.
That's exactly what I said in the last leg when you mentioned about was that a mistake from Fallon Sherrick. That was a mistake there from Jim Long.
93.
Opening the leg with 21, not even finding a single 20 there. He was all over the place. But then Fallon didn't take the opportunity. Jim comes in 140.
100.
No harm done. Goes back to the old Phil Taylor mentality, doesn't it? Where he used to like to punish people's mistakes.
180.
Another twist.
Still in Jim Long's hands if he can hit a big one here, but it just forces the urgency to hit something big.
100.
Is that enough, Matt? Has that last start done enough for him?
It all depends on this throw from Fallon.
140.
I will say no.
Jim, you require 140.
I like her approach there as well. She could have chased one of the downstairs trebles, but she's like gone, nah, score big. Apply pressure,
116.
give myself a
Value
chance.
require 47.
That's just what Jim Long's done as well. But Fallon, being the bigger scorer in this one, will get the opportunity first. It's one more dart at 8-8 to save her position at the top of the table.
Game on the sixth
How
leg.
big
Fallon
is
check.
that moment? The first dart wasn't very close. She stepped back, composed, and hit with Jim Long.
Seventh and
sat
final
on
leg. Fallon
24
to
for the
throw
match.
first. Game on.
Group A swings again.
$60.
What a first dart from Jim Long.
83.
That's a disappointment after dart one for me.
$100.
Two treble visit here, and Jim Long is favourite.
$60.
No treble, as you were. Fallon having the darts mat. Favourite?
I don't think there's such thing as a favourite in this sort of
59.
situation. It's just who can find that first two treble combination.
Every treble is like a nugget of gold in this situation.
60.
And at the moment, we're both coming up dry. It's a better first dart from Fallon. Not used it.
55.
In the context of this sort of leg, Fallon's always getting the chance to serve out. Because every time Jim Long misses, it's like, okay, I got away with that. I got away with that. And eventually, you'll have that bit of breathing room or the opportunity to present itself.
140.
But there's the double treble combination. It may have come a little bit late in terms of him gaining control of this match, but it will give him an opportunity.
140. Jimmy
Here we are,
O'Brien,
everyone.
158.
Battle lines drawn. Jim Long's not going to take out the 158. So Fallon
55.
should get at least
Fallon,
a
you
dart at the
require
ball
87.
to win it. Will it be more? 20 for the bullseye. Bullseye to win it.
62.
Wires the 25. Match
Jimmy
start
require
missed.
103.
And Jim Long needs a treble to just get a single dart at a double. If there's one thing we know about Jim Long today, that's all he needs. It's what he's going to get. Fallon watchers in hope.
Game,
And there is
shot,
no hope
and
because
the
Jim
match,
Long
Jim
has
Long.
taken out the 103 and continues this incredible exhibition of finishing today. A 4 from 5 there from Jim Long. He turns his performance into a victory and puts himself top of the table. Fallon Sherrick now in big, big trouble, and she'll be looking over her shoulder and checking out other games, like the next one coming your way. Joey Tenberg from Muhlenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a victory that could be for Jim Long in the end, taking out that 103 finish, a clutch 103 finish after Fallon Sherritt missed a dart of the ball to win in the last leg of that match. So let's see what it does in terms of the table then, and as you can see, because of legs difference, Jim Long has leapfrogged Fallon Sherritt at the top of the table. Bay Van Peer still very much an interested party in proceedings himself. We will see him against John Brown very shortly. But next up for us is Joey ten Berg up against Ron Meulenkamp, the third battle between these two this week. And as you can see, the previous two rubbers were won by Ron Meulenkamp, doing so at 82.43 overall average. But have a look at that checkout rate, the difference and disparities there, 53% compared to 22. That is where the major differences have come in the end. So let's get into this one, and watching this one in the commentary box, it's Phil Bars and Matthew Edgar.
Welcome back, everyone. Group A has taken another twist. In our last game, Jim Long defeated Fallon Sherritt 4 legs to 3. Fallon missed 1 dart. Jim didn't, unpunished. So now, Matt, the run-in is going to be interesting.
Very interesting indeed, and the eyes will move to the Berry Van Peer game coming up next against John Brown. But before then, we've got to cast our eye over Ron Meulenkamp and Joey ten Berg, two people who know their fate. Their fate is going to be Group C, which is going to be taking place in the early afternoon on Thursday and Friday. And I think out of the two, Joey ten Berg probably didn't really have any idea where his campaign was going to lead. But I think for Ron Meulenkamp, going into Group C, I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed with that.
First leg, Joey to throw first. Game on.
Keep mentioning the recent form of Ron Meulenkamp is not the form we have
55.
seen so far this week. It is far significantly better. 6th on the PDC Challenge Tour Order of Merit. But he is on debut here at the Super Series.
58.
And we have seen this many times before, where a player doesn't have a very successful Group A campaign,
140.
then drop into Group C, and it all goes well. My mind casts back not too long ago to Graham Usher, who we don't see here now. Guilty of just looking at that
41.
short-term
Joey
form
require
and being very
147.
sort of narrow-minded and sort of ignoring the whole year and just basing on what we've seen over a selection
59.
of games, which could happen with Ron Meulenkamp, because yes, he's not played his absolute best, he's shown moments, but at the same time, you don't know what's going on between the ears, and the second maybe this group got a little bit too far away from him, that might have been a moment he lost that intensity.
Game shot of the
Joey
first
ten
leg,
Berg.
Joey ten Berg.
Wins the opener, pins double 14. The 88 goes in 2.
Second leg run to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm looking forward to
100.
seeing Joey ten Berg in Group C action as well. See how he gets on with that. He's certainly grown and improved as the week's gone on. Been
46.
playing as much darts, but when he has been playing, he's been quite successful. I mean, the quarterfinal of the Dutch Open, some achievement.
45.
Huge achievement.
You are wondering who's going to be joining us. We know our complete Group C lineup. You've got the 3 players
60.
at the bottom of this group. John Brown, the 2 players on your stage now, Ron Meulenkamp and Joey ten Berg. They're going to be joined in Group C by Jamie Kelling, who's had success down here
41.
before. Alex Small, who's pushed it very, very close and is the winner of the Champion of Champions, which will be coming up on the darting calendar very, very soon. And Alan Norris.
$80.
Second dart clattered off of the barrel. Yeah, Group C, a real intriguing mix. Like you said, Jamie Kelling has won a week here and in Southampton.
100.
Alex Small, the Red Dragon champion of champions, and that is an unbelievable tournament to win, being best of 3 all the way through.
And that's from your qualifier. Every player has to qualify. No one's in that event. You have to qualify through your
59.
local club or darting venue. You win that qualifier best of 3. You go down to Cardiff.
65.
Everything
We're on
there,
your
best
wire,
of 3.
156.
I believe it's 256 players in total.
$56. Joy require 150.
Big prize fund as well. Big roll of honour. Gerwin Price. Johnny Clayton.
58.
Ryan
We're on your
Searle.
require 100.
Name a couple of people that have won that, and then Alex Small's going to be joining us from that roll of honour. It's tops from Muhlenkamp.
80. Joy require 92.
Misses. Can Tenberg hit? Is going to get 2 darts. One more at double 8.
76.
And it goes
We're
astray.
on your require 20.
Muhlenkamp coming back to level up.
Game shot the second
Level
leg.
up he
Ron
does.
Muhlenkamp.
This one's not caught fire yet, but it is a level game.
Third leg Joey to throw first. Game on. $140.
We talk about that venom and aggression in the throw. You could see it all over his face on that occasion there, Joey Tenberg. Try telling him that there are no prizes for this game.
60. $60. $97.
Group B also starts tomorrow. That will be 2 of our top 3 players.
85.
We don't know who that's going to be yet. It's going to be Jim Long, Alan Sherrick or Barry Van Peer. They're going to be joined by Lee Budgeon, who has won a Group A down here not too many moons ago. Sean McDonald.
60.
And Scott Taylor, who previously made it through to Champions Week.
60.
Muhlenkamp needs a big visit here.
100. Joy require 156.
So the 156
60.
won't go, but Muhlenkamp not on a finish. But the setup could have been better from Joey Tenberg. The 96, he may not get a dart at a double from there, Matt.
43. Joy
may not,
require
but
96.
He may have 6 darts in which to find it, though. He's going to get 2 on this visit.
Game
A
shot the
lovely
third leg.
finish there
Joey
from Joey
Tenberg.
Tenberg. Takes the lead here against Ron Muhlenkamp, who once again is back
Fourth leg
off
run
pace
to
again.
throw first. Game
It's been
on.
wavy for Ron Muhlenkamp. You think he's found the ingredient again to get everything ticking. His last 2
58.
performances, a 98 and a 95 average. You think, here we go, this is the Ron Muhlenkamp we know. And then, well, the only thing I'll say is it's lower than
100.
70 right now.
Yeah, there's absolutely no middle ground for him at the moment. Looking at the run-in, our last phase of fixtures,
57.
Fallon Sherrick goes first, followed by Barry Van Peer against Jim Long.
60.
Which game would you rather play in?
I think Fallon could be in trouble regardless, to be honest, because if Berry Van Peer picks up a decent-sized victory against John Brown in our next game, he will be on 18 points, push Fallon
81.
down to third, and then one of those players, Berry Van Peer or Jim Long, has to win because they're playing each other. Fallon
58.
could be pretty much out of contention by the time she gets to that game, depending on the scoreline of the John Brown-Berry Van Peer game.
$126.
Berry Van Peer was to win that game 4-0,
100.
Fallon would be out.
$62.
Wrong side of the wire. 2 treble sevens for Ron Meulenkamp.
$100. Ron, you require 117.
Disgusted with the first dart.
77. Joe, you require 83.
Found the target with the second, but maybe broken here.
Seen that a lot this week.
61.
The big
Ron, you
miss
require 40.
on the big numbers. Composing himself at the hockey. Trying to get comfortable addressing the board. Only got one dart left here. To hold on to his throw, and he's now in
35.
big trouble.
Joe, you
Tenberg,
require 22.
double 11. For quite a lot of things to happen.
That good marker, or is it too close?
No score.
Got away with it.
Ron, you require
Ron
5.
Meulenkamp, but this 5 is not a gimme. Have to make sure of the big number. Part 1 complete. Double 2 for a level game. Needs to go. Top
Game
corner.
shot on the fourth leg.
And
Ron
does.
Meulenkamp.
We are level, Matt.
Fifth
Somehow
leg Joey to throw
he's
first.
finding a way
Game
to
on.
stay in this one. But he's very well experienced and he will know
45.
essentially right now it's not good enough.
$121.
Really hooked the arm across himself. It's like he was trying to give himself a giant cuddle.
100.
Not getting any extension. Just a sign of the tension here for Ron Meulenkamp. And I think that's down to not the situation. We know his situation.
140.
I think this is down to personal pride for Ron Meulenkamp. Why he's just getting a little bit tense.
60.
Couple of minutes ago,
Joey
Tenberger
190.
an opportunity to break the Meulenkamp throw.
140. Ron
Now,
requires 60.
His throw is about to be broken. 2 at tops for Meulenkamp.
Game
and it is
shot on the fifth
broken.
leg. Ron Meulenkamp.
This one has been spun on its head in the space of 90 seconds.
Six leg Ron to throw first. Game
Fair
on.
play there, Ron Meulenkamp. Really good 12 darter when all the doubts has been casted. But I just got to go back to that one. I said earlier, I said the sandwich of good
81.
darts, and I said you can tell it's lunchtime. I think you can win. Phil Vars calls him Joey Tenberger.
100.
Say what's on your mind.
Yeah. It's a great angle there.
100.
Shows the steep angle that Ron Meulenkamp's darts go in the board.
100.
Just hoping our social media team now are trying to work on some sort of graphic where they're putting Joey's face onto a burger. A bit like the annoying orange.
140.
Moolenkamp was in a
100.
world of trouble. But now, favourite for the points. What he'd give for a 140 to leave tops.
$60.
Has that just opened the door for a break back?
140. Ronnie require 120.
It might have, but it might also slam the door in his face as he tries to walk through it. Oh, that's a little bit awkward. You have to come around
100.
it. Wasn't able
Joey
to
requires 61.
sort of go left or right because the middle of the bed was gone.
Game shot the sixth leg.
61 has
Joey
gone. We're going all the
Tenberg.
way. Nice finish from Joey Tenberg, and he gets the breaker throw. Takes us to a decider.
Seventh and final leg. Joey to throw
Missed
first.
opportunity
Game on.
for Ron Moolenkamp. A 14 dart break back for Joey Tenberg. And then he piles in a maximum. This Group A just keeps giving, Matt.
60.
Brilliant response from Joey Tenberg.
40.
When you consider that Moolenkamp in that fifth leg put in the biggie, asked him the question. He said, all right, is that how you want to play it, is it, pal? I'll give you a bit back.
81.
a bit more.
140.
He's throwing haymakers.
Throwing like Ricky Evans as well. I've never seen such a quick 140.
$60. Joey require 141.
Plenty of time on his hands. 160 points in the bank.
85.
That sets it up nicely. Moving a 180 here. Will leave him hoping.
140. Joey require 56.
Missed the big number again. It's only going to get one dart at tops.
16. Ronnie require 160.
That's come and gone, and we've seen that oh so often. Missing the big number.
This won't be a big finish. He asked if it in. It's not
40.
wrong.
Joey
Way off.
require 40.
Disappointing finale here for Ron Moolenkamp.
Game shot.
Joey
And a
Tenberg
match.
picks
Joey
up the points.
Tenberg.
And that has a bit of significance in the fact it moves Ron Moolenkamp now to the bottom of the table. A position nobody wants to be in. But it's all about the top of the table. In our next match, John Brown taking on Barry Vampire.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's Joey 10 Pointsberg as he gets the better of Ron Moulenkamp by 4 legs of 3 to move on to double digits as far as Group C is concerned. So this is how the table looks. There we go. Confirmation of Joey on 10. We knew how Group C was going to pan out for a little while now, but it's all about the exciting race at the top of the table. Jim Long and Fallon Sherk both on 18 points. Dave Van Peer can join the pair on that particular figure if he can get the better of John Brown in our final game of the 14th round of cycles of games here at the Super Series. This is how the pair have been getting along against each other over the last couple of days respectively. The game's tied at 1 apiece, but as you can see there, Bay Van Peer's statistics 91.5 running average, but have a look at that in the percentage in terms of the checkout column for both players, 50% and 46% respectively. So some top stuff when these two have gone against each other. The pace favours one another. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I think the pace may suit both here, but in terms of the match, this one could eliminate Fallon Sherk if Berry Van Peer is to get a 4-0 victory. There'll be nothing she can do around this group. Ideally, for the neutral, they'll be cheering on John Brown, as will Fallon and Jim Long. Plenty to play for in the back end of this. The next 3 matches, we will have the result of Group A. We will know the destiny of all 6 players. But over to you, Berry Van Peer.
Here we go.
First leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Before we get into the meat of this game and we focus our attention on Berry Van Peer, because he's in this position where he's looking at trying to win the group.
100.
It's got to be said that this has been the best day so far for John Brown in terms of level of performance and consistency, and he's starting to show that sort of
91.
level that he did last time he was here, and he managed to qualify through to Saturday night. And when we look at that group he's going to be going into for
100.
tomorrow and Friday afternoon play, if he continues the way he is, he's going to be a bit of a contender in that one.
Yeah, he's grown into the week, hasn't he? Monday was a little bit
190.
off the pace, but right now he's in the mix.
190. John, your car 90. $56. Barry require 121.
He's been going at the bullseye for this 1-2-1, and then he's just changed it. Why are we trying to work out what Berry Van Peer is going to do?
96. John, you require 34.
Good luck with that one. The lesser spotted double 17, but he split it.
Game John of the first leg,
I like
John
that.
Brown.
I'm a fan of that maturity from John Brown.
Second leg, Barry to throw first. Game on.
I think there'll be a lot of people like that right now. Like Jim Long. Like Fallon Sherk. And that leg there for John Brown means that we'll go down to the last couple of games with relevance on each one of those next 2 matches. But you do feel that
95.
Fallon doesn't just need to beat Joey Tenberg in our next match. He needs to beat him big.
140.
I agree. I concur, Matthew.
99. 57.
Feeling at home, but my mind is getting frazzled looking at all these different possibilities.
We've had the spreadsheet out all morning, punching the results in
140. Barrier car 164.
like a supercomputer.
It needs to be all those tabs you've got
92.
open on it.
John your car 167.
Everyone says that.
$99. Barrier requires 72.
To level up.
Game on the second leg. Barry Van
72
Beer.
goes in 2. And Barry Van Peer, I know we're only 2 legs in.
Third leg,
But
John
I'm
to
going to put
throw
them up.
first. Game on.
It's a little bit good, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll take that as a starting point. It might be about to go up.
140.
Does go up. Look at those averages.
140.
Should we just leave them up? They keep going up. No, we'll take them off now.
140.
These are just 2 players that have just got
140.
into the flow and just enjoying each other's pace. And they've just sort of forgot about
65.
the maths of darts, the amount of darts thrown. They're just in the groove right now.
140. John, you require 156.
Barry Van Peer is making a move on the John Brown throne here. However, that little deflection took it the wrong side of the wire mat.
94. Barry require 81.
It might just be a dart at the ball for a 12-dart leg.
42.
Got the
John, you
line
require
right,
62.
where he hooked it out to the left.
One dart at double 16.
30.
He's pulled it.
Barry require 39.
Gonna have to burn a dart, but he will get 2 at double 16.
Game shot the
Only
third
needs
leg.
the one.
Barry
Break
Van
and
Peer.
throw. Barry Van Peer is back in this title race.
Fourth leg, Barry to throw first. Game on.
Talked about the travelling of
57.
Jim Long when we looked at his possibility of winning this group. Barry Van Peer would be the same. He'll be staying around Portsmouth for a couple of days to get ready for Saturday's final if he was to
85.
win here today. We can go a stroll on the beach.
60.
Playing the arcades.
140.
Himself a ice cream. I called it a 99 earlier, but we did get corrected on
140.
social media to remind us that actually it's more of a £3 now than a 99.
How much?
180.
Outstanding from John Brown. His second max of this tie. 140, 180.
58.
Leaves
John, you're
96,
96.
after 9. Double 8.
80.
Move the wire.
He will come back to get his throw wrestled
100.
back at the first
John, you're
opportunity.
16. Game shot of the fourth leg, John Brown.
Level game. 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, John to throw first. Game on. $134.
This is such a relaxed version of JB right now. And when
60.
he's like this, the throw just flows.
$100.
It feels so likely at the moment, doesn't it, with John Brown? We've only seen one average so
140.
far in the hundreds. That came from Jim Long in his opening game of yesterday's play.
100.
But right now we've got 2 players threatening to add their name to that roll of honour. John Brown,
140. John require
106.57.
167.
Barry Van Peer, only 0.90 behind, 104.67.
57. Barry
Couldn't
require
find a treble.
161.
And in a game that is littered with quality, you have to put that down as a slip.
45. John, you require 110.
It's only a slip if you get punished, and Barry Van Peer offered no punishment there.
78. Barrier require
He's gonna have to take
116.
this 116, you feel.
He's got a little point. Come to that in a second. Tops for Vampire.
Game shot
And
on the
he
fifth
takes the
leg,
tongue
Barry
topper.
Vampire.
JB missed the dart. Barry Vampire didn't. Go back to John Brown. He seems to have changed his MO.
Six
The
leg Barry
first
to throw
First day and a half to 2
Game on.
days, he was very much leave tops. But we've noticed that he's going to the 16s region today.
85.
Sometimes if things aren't working the way you want them to, you can just change things up a little bit. We've seen different stems come into play, different
43.
colours, just so it looks a little bit different on the eye.
$41. 60.
This could be the moment that Barry Vampire starts to
58.
put a little bit of daylight between himself and John Brown.
Just feel Brown needs a 2 treble visit just to get himself back in this and going again.
140.
And right on cue, puts that average back over a ton.
100.
Needs to find a treble.
60.
It's a well thrown 60.
$50.
Barry Vampire leaves a finish. It's a huge one, but it is an out.
98. Barrier require 167.
John Brown is poised if this doesn't go.
$93. John, you require 100.
60 and tops. There's part 1. And
Game
there's
shot on the
part 2.
sixth leg, John
It's an
Brown.
exceptional finish from John Brown. And we are going the way, Matt.
Seventh and final leg, John, to throw first. Game on.
John Brown got the advantage of the throw, which means Barry Vampire
93.
is going to need to find another big leg. Or he could find himself completely out of the running after carving himself back in.
134.
Got the ideal start. But John Brown is going to keep him honest.
119.
He's going to chase him all the way to the finish. And Barry will be just thinking, just give me
96.
one chance, give me an opportunity. One slip. But it doesn't seem to be coming that way. So it's going to have to come down to the
100.
brilliance of Vampire if he is going to win this one.
Needs a treble.
57.
Can't find one. All of a sudden, here's the title race. About to move to just 2.
59.
Maybe not yet.
$58. John, you require 130.
Should he have just made sure there, Matt?
I think the way he's probably feeling, he probably didn't even feel safe. He just
90. Barrier require
expected to hit the treble. He's playing
156.
a good game and he's just in the flow. Probably didn't even enter his mind about playing safe. Barry knows the importance of this.
The Barney. It's not going to go. So John Brown has the chance
65.
to eliminate
John, you require 40.
Barry Vampire from the title race. One more.
Game.
Barry
shot,
Vampire is
and a
eliminated
match, John
from
Brown.
the title race. John Brown comes from behind to defeat the Dutchman for 3 fabulous game. 97.36 average from JB, setting up a thrilling round of final fixtures. And kicking that off will be Fallon Sherrock against Joey Tenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Brown has given us yet another plot twist on a day where the tungsten tide goes one way than the other. He has beaten Berry Vampire by 4 legs to 3. Now that concludes round 14 of 15, and we are still none the wiser as to who the first finalists on Saturday evening is going to be. Jim Long and Fallon Sherrock deadlocked on 18 points, Vampire on 16, and so the final round is almost upon us. So the situation as far as Fallon Sherrock is concerned, victory here is of the utmost importance. It put her on 20 points, and then it would force Jim Long into bat in the next game against Berry Van Peer. So victory of the utmost importance for Fallon. Watching this one, it is Phil and Matt.
Welcome back, everyone. And here we are, the title running for Group A as we start our final round of fixtures. First part is over to Fallon Sherrock. Matt, can she do her part?
There's plenty of parts and different scenarios that could play
First
out
leg,
over
Joey
the
to
next 2
throw
games.
first. Game on.
But for that to be in play, Fallon needs to win. If she doesn't win,
140.
there is still the outside possibility that Berry Vampire could still squeeze into that top spot.
90.
But he needs Joey to win, and then he's going to have to go some against Jim Long. Going to have to be a 4-0.
60.
Still, more questions than answers. We've only got 1 lap of fixtures left to go. That
82.
20-point prediction for winning the group seems to be where it's going to be. 20 points, your winner.
134. 41. Joey require 167.
From Fallon. Problem for her is the contrast
60.
is Joey has started this well. Joey has been playing well against Fallon the last couple of days. Seems to be a fixture he's
81.
enjoyed.
Joey require 107. Game shot on the first leg,
So
Joey
the topping
Tenberg.
finish for Joey Tenberg as he takes out the opener in 15. Brilliant 107
Second leg,
finish.
Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Fallon needs to find something here.
I do think moving forward, Group
135.
C, Joey is going to be one to keep an eye on.
60.
Seen Fallon start slow in a few games, but it's leg 2
59.
that she's got motoring and got herself back into games.
100.
She can't be too slow here because legs could still come into play.
140.
There's so many different possibilities at the moment. You've got to win as big as possible and send it over to the Jim and Berry game.
60. Fallon, you require 167. $43.
No treble. That should have been lower.
$38.
But
Fallon,
not
you require
punished.
124.
That barrier route's not catching on, is it?
Don't think it will.
99.
Go straight for it. She could have set that one up. Opting to go for the 1-2-4 finishes. Took out twice already this week so far. Over 6
46. Fallon, you require
10+
25.
finishes.
One more at 88 to level.
9.
Doesn't, but Joey Tenberg has lost all scoring power in this game, so she will be back, but this time it will be under pressure.
135. Fallon, you require 16. No score.
And that is a slip.
Joey requires
Plus
62.
the score. An opportunity for Joey to break the throw. Fallon looks resigned to her fate.
Game shot on the second leg, Joey
An
Tenberg.
absolute steal from Joey Tenberg, and is that Fallon's title hopes dwindling?
Third leg, Joey to throw first. Game on.
Came into today with a 2-point advantage in the table.
100.
She has lost 2, won 2. Right now is in trouble of making that loss 3.
60.
This would set up a
81.
grandstand finish in our next game.
$140.
Even the legs, though, every time Joey wins a leg, it's just causing damage to her hopes.
96.
I suppose though you'd rather have 2 points and a hope.
93.
Absolutely. Especially when the person you'd be
60.
pinning your hopes on and tagging in to go and help you out with the situation is very vampire.
That's a slip. There was a flicker of an opportunity here.
43. Joey require 164.
That's a mistake.
She hasn't worked that one out right at all. Maybe a sign of the
57.
nerves and tension coming in. Something I said earlier on, I don't know if she actually feels, but a sign there of just
57. Joey require
Not thinking clearly.
107.
Seen this 107 go in this match already. Won't go this time,
55.
but you feel
Fallon, you require
this 108
108.
has to go. And she's gone back to Old Faithful in a moment of
on the third
need.
leg, Fallon
And
Sherritt.
in that need, Matt, it doesn't desert her.
that's another tick in the ton
Fourth
plus
leg
column
Fallon
there
to
for
throw
Fallon
first.
Sherrick, and that's a breaker
Game
throw.
on.
She was getting herself into a big spot of bother there. Tenberg set himself up on 52. Handed her the opportunity and she took
99.
it. 9 darts without a treble there for Joey.
100.
And it was interesting. In a moment of need, she went back to the 18s.
$58. 100.
One thing she's going to have to do is start carving out opportunities, because that opportunity came off the mistakes of Joey, and you feel like he's not going to keep doing that. So Fallon's going to have to raise it.
140. $97.
Good recovery from Joey. 204 apiece. Who can hold the composure?
100.
180 would be the perfect set. It's not going to happen.
83. Fallon, you require 104.
Double 16.
Game
And that's
on the fourth
another
leg.
one
Fallon
for
Sherrick.
Fallon Sherrick. 7 finishes of 100 or more. But the most
Fifth leg
impressive
Joey
thing
to
is
throw
the timing
first.
of these. She was
Game on.
2-0 down in this one. She's found a 104 and a 108 to put herself back level and in contention for Group A.
140.
Go back to leg 2. When she missed
77.
a dart at the ball. And then 2 clear visits to win the leg mat. That could
95.
be her undoing.
Yeah, she's certainly going the right way, though. I said that she's going to have to start carving out her own opportunities. She
140.
can't rely on Joey missing. Since then, she has started to pick it up. She's played better
59.
throughout the day in the back end of legs. It's a risky... I wouldn't say it's a strategy, because I'm sure the strategy would be to win from the off.
58.
She can't punish the troublous visit from Joey Tenberg.
99.
So it's advantage Tenberg in this leg. This has to be big. Needs another.
140.
Pressure applied
Joey
on
require
the 108.
108.
Seen this in this game already. It was hit against Joey by Fallon. Could return the favour.
92. Fallon, you require 86.
18s. Another. Double 7. For a third consecutive leg.
79. Joey requires 16.
Tenberg looking at double 8 to go in front again.
No score.
Is that
Fallon, you
lifeline.
require 7.
2 darts at double 2?
Game on
Only
the fifth
needs the
leg.
one.
Fallon Sherrick.
Fallon Sherrick has won 3 on the spin and will now throw for a 4-2
Sixth leg Fallon
victory.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, I said she can't rely on the missed opportunities from Joey Tenberg. Maybe she can.
100.
He has made the mistake. And now Fallon is making the move. Remember I said a mistake's only a mistake if you get
100.
punished? This is punishment.
$60.
But she cuts the 180 in half with a troublous visit.
$65.
needs a treble.
91.
Finds one. Fallon Sherrock down to 170 after 9.
140. Fallon, you require 170.
Joey Tenberg with that 140 is in the same neighbourhood. However, the ball for the big fish.
145.
He just knew she was going to go for that after earlier on in the game, going for the bull on the 1-2-4. But she's got time.
81. Fallon, you require 25.
9 for double 8. For 4 on the spin. Composes, 1 left. Double 4.
Game.
And
shot.
hits.
And a
Fallon
match.
Sherrock
Fallon
comes from
Sherrock.
2-0 down to beat Joey Tenberg 4-2. She has done all she can in Group A. Moves to 20 points and moves top. But that is her fixtures complete. Coming up next, all eyes on this clash because it will decide the title. Berry Van Peer against Jim Long.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and so it all comes down to this. That is after Fallon Sherrock sealed a 4-2 success against Joey Tenberg, and some big moments in that game, including a 104 to level up at 2 apiece from 2-0 down before then winning the next 2 legs to secure that victory. So this is how the table lies. Fallon Sherrock, top of it, 20 points to her name, but plus 9 on the legs difference. So Berry Van Peer, who's involved in our next match with Jim Long, cannot catch the Queen of the Palace. However, Jim Long can do, and if he wins, as you can see, the superior leg difference would mean it would be the Canadian who would qualify for Saturday night's finale. So it all lies on this game. Game 14 is the decider. It sees who's going to be first through to Saturday night's finale. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we go. Are you ready? Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Fallon Sherrock has done her bit. She sits on 20 points at the top of Group A. It is simple equations here. Jim Long wins, and he tops the group. Any Berry Van Peer win, Fallon tops the group.
So the easiest way to look at this really is just imagine that Berry Van Peer's Fallon, and this is a straight shootout. He's the tag team partner, shall we say, for Fallon Sherrock. I'm not sure what tag team that would be. Maybe the Rockers. Because the long blonde hair. Shawn Michaels for Fallon, and Berry could be
First
Marty
leg, Berry
Jannetty.
to throw first.
Or the
Game on.
mixed of Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins.
Either way, just imagine this is Fallon throwing right now, because that's the situation we've got.
58. $100. 60.
So, nervy start from Berry. And crucially, the Dutchman does have the darts here.
30.
Jim Long is going to have to find a break of throw.
I think if there are going to
100.
be any nerves or edginess, it is going to come from Jim Long, because he's the one who still has plenty to play for. Barry Van Peer knows what he's going to be doing. He's back here tomorrow and Friday night.
100.
Jim Long could be booking his place on Saturday.
47.
It's not been convincing from Berry here. And the door is ajar if
98.
Jim can find a treble. He does. There's a slight opportunity here, Matt.
140.
Will come down. Chasing the
99.
19s.
Barry require 96.
Going for the double-double.
77.
It's got some peculiar
Jimmy
ways.
require
And
74.
two double 19s is certainly up there.
It's a quirky way of going, that's for sure. But 74 for Jim Long. 20 and tops. This would be the break he needs.
54.
And it goes
Barry require
astray.
19.
Doubles have been near perfect today. It wasn't on that occasion.
3.
He will get another chance.
Jimmy require 20.
21 darts thrown from Barry Van Peer, and he's not been able to close this one out. It's a bit of a weak breaker throw. They all count the same.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim
That is
Long.
task 1 done for Jim Long. You'd say that's the hardest task.
Second leg Jim to throw
Get
first.
that initial
Game
breaker
on.
throw.
Yeah, now he knows everything is in his own hands. Holds throw,
140.
and he will be in Saturday night's final.
100.
Statistically, he has been the best player by far.
190.
Just find it for the next 5 to 7 minutes.
97.
Continue on this trend. He will be named number 1 in the hat for the Week 6 title.
60.
Barry Van Peer hasn't found that scoring
134.
power,
Jimmy
but
require
does leave
121.
a finish. So Jim Long will have to go for this. Doesn't get the luxury of setting it up. 11s. Double 14.
93. Barry require 170.
One shot, one opportunity for Berry to get his throw back in this one. The doubling stats of Jim Long
64.
suggest he's not
Jimmy
going to
require
miss 3.
28.
But he's not throwing at doubles with this sort of intensity of the situation.
Game
But
shot on the
it
second
bothers him
leg. Jim
nonetheless.
Long.
When I say about the statistics of Jim Long, this is his 15th match so far
Third
this
leg Barry
week.
to throw first.
Only
Game on.
3 times has he dropped below an average of 90.
45.
As far as I've seen, this is personally for me the best Group A performance I've seen from a player.
140.
It's certainly right up there.
55.
And I mean for sheer consistency as well. We've probably seen people average slightly higher across the 3 days, but in terms of that, would probably have it where
100.
they've had a big average of 110 or 100, and that sort of really inflated the numbers. This is just for sheer
13.
consistent brilliance.
Yeah, and this is a frustrated Barry Van Peer up there.
This is a hard situation for Berry because he's playing a guy who's trying to win the group. He's also knows that
100.
he's representing Fallon's hopes of winning the group as well. But at the same time, he won't have that
59.
internal intensity
Jimmy require 161.
because he's out of the run-in. It's a very tricky situation to be involved in. We've seen this a few times from Jim Long. He's took that out twice already this week.
93.
Are you a fan of that way?
No. I don't see the thing with abandoning the treble
100.
20, which is what he's been
Jimmy
playing the entire
requires
match on.
68.
Certainly works though for Jim. He's took it out twice. Took it out once in our opening leg of the week.
Game
But
shot the
he's
third
just
leg.
in
Jim
pure
Long.
cruise control here, Jim Long. He is a leg away from booking his place on
Fourth leg
Saturday
Jim to
night
throw first.
and landing that
Game on.
7-4 prediction at the start of the day.
It is now championship point.
100.
He's got 4 opportunities to do it as well. If Fallon is to qualify, Barry Van Peer will need to win all 4 legs, which
60.
when we look at how the game's going, averages are a guide. What more guide do you need than that to say the likelihood of that happening right now doesn't look very probable.
100.
No, Jim Long is absolutely bossing this game.
131.
Does feel like a one-player match at the moment. If it was boxing, the towel might have hit the stage by now.
60.
This is one where you're on the ropes just taking punishment.
$100.
Absolutely sensational from Jim Long. Down to a finish after 12.
40. Jimmy require 101.
101 to seal the title. Treble 12. Treble 12? Treble 19 leaves double 12. Knew what I meant.
69.
Glad you did.
Barry require 170.
This one's a bit easier though. 2 treble 20s and a ball. But Barry Van Peer, it won't go. So Jim Long, 3 darts.
105.
For the
Jimmy
Group
require
A title.
32.
He looks. He wonders. Come off of that. Needs to go topside.
Game.
He's
Shot.
found the
And
gap
a match.
somehow
Jim
between
Long.
that. Jim Long wins 4-0 and in doing so is the Group A champion. Moves on to 20 points and pips Fallon Sherrock on leg difference. Congratulations to Jim Long. He has been the best player across this Group A campaign. Join us after the break for our final game of the session as Ron Moulenkamp takes on John Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We have the victor with us up on the balcony, Jim Long. Well, Jim, first of all, many congratulations, but it's only in the last couple of seconds did you actually find out that win was enough to win you the group.
Yeah, I didn't know until he said, "You know where you're going?" And I was like, "Yeah, back to the back room." He's like, "No, you got to go up for an interview. You just won the group." And I didn't know.
I know, interviewing me is one of the worst bits. Being interviewed by me is one of the worst bits about winning the group. But let's talk about your 3 days here at the Super Series. It just feels like you've taken it in your stride and taken it by storm.
This is the kind of darts that we wish we could play all the time in Canada. Like, there's so many great dart players spread over thousands and thousands of miles. I would play this every week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, for free, to be fair. Well, you know, like, it's just great practice. The guys are good. Everyone's great, and it's so much fun, yeah.
We saw Jacob Taylor come here a few weeks ago, narrowly miss out on the big money match against Luke Little. How much has the word spread across Canada and America and the whole region about this competition?
Well, for me, I was already watching it way before Jacob was here. I've been watching it since, even before Matt Campbell was here, who's my good friend. I was watching it before then, even. So hopefully it gets even better, right? The more the Canadian guys are here, the more the people around will watch. But I can't even tell you how many people are watching. It's just that it starts at like 4 o'clock in the morning for us.
Well, let's talk about yourself. Let's have a look at the table, because this is the confirmation of you getting through there on that monitor. 20 points, but plus 17 in the legs difference column.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll be honest with you. I know, like, I think I lost every loss I had. Five, I think. Everything was 4 or 3, I think. I don't think I lost worse than that. But I think of my 10 wins, I think 5 of them were 4-3. So everybody I played was spectacular this whole week. And I just, like, it's just something you want to play all the time from Canada, yeah.
Well, this is some of your big finishes to win matches. This is the 103 to beat Fallon Sherrick. And when the moments were tight and the moments were crucial, you seem to just find that extra gear.
You know what? But again, I kind of blew it against Joey, and Fallon gave me a shot I shouldn't have had, and I just tanked it terrible. So a couple got away from me that I felt like I should have got, but then you get a couple back that you shouldn't get. So it's kind of just the way it works out.
So into Saturday night's final here. So what's the next couple of days going to entail for Jim Long?
I don't know. To be honest, I think I would like to come watch darts, but my wife's going to kill me if we do that. So we'll probably head down and check out the city and go and do something. But yeah, I kind of came to play darts, so yeah, I don't know what to do now.
Good couple of days down the seafront in Portsmouth. That is going to be the case for Jim Long. Now, we're going to see him back here on Saturday evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Don't forget, you could be here too. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. So, one final game to go for us here on Wednesday, shall I say, at the Super Series. I'm getting ahead of myself already. It's Season 1 Moodycamp in action against John Brown. Watching this one in the commentary box, Phil Bars and Matt Edgar.
Welcome back, everyone, for our final game of this Group A session. But before we get into that, Matt, it was great to listen to Jim there, and he touched on a point that we said earlier, that there are thousands of good dart players in Canada, but the vast size of the country, it's hard to get them all in the same room at times.
Yeah, and I think one thing that the Super Series format has done is put a lot of those sort of top players into one place, and it's possibly a format we may see rolled out further afield as well, in terms of getting everyone under that one roof and getting those worlds to collide.
First leg run to throw
But
first.
it's so
Game on.
interesting when you hear like the different takes on things, because one thing we don't think about as well is like the families and how they deal with things. You know, he mentioned there about his wife, and
81.
should have been living every moment with him as well. They sometimes find it worse than we do because they're not in control of the situation. They're watching it, where sometimes as a player you can be fully in
66.
control of your emotions, but your partner's sat there struggling with it. And I just had a little smile to myself when he said he fancies coming and watching some darts, but his wife's gonna be too
134.
pleased with that one.
And then that one's gonna wash somehow, do you?
No, I don't
100.
think Jim's going to be here watching darts. He might find a board locally and maybe get himself an hour or two or something. But I reckon they might be doing a little bit of sightseeing rather than
82.
watching the darts. I think they might be going up the old Spinnaker Tower.
99.
It was also interesting that he said that he'd do this for free. He's the first name on my list now for the
60.
Matt Edgar series. Favourite price, that.
85. We're on your choir 144. $92. John, your choir 151. $96. We're on your choir 52.
For an opening holder throw. 12 for tops for Meulenkamp.
Game shot of the first leg.
That goes
Ron
in
Meulenkamp.
one. 17 dart holder throw.
Second leg, John.
Scoring
to
phase wasn't there, but the
Game on.
doubling was clinical.
Ron Meulenkamp's in a position at the moment where he's sat bottom of the table.
100.
A win here would move him off the bottom, and that's a position no player wants to be. Someone has to finish bottom, but for someone like Ron Meulenkamp, who's here on debut, who's come off the back of
59.
a long-standing tour card and good performances on the Challenge Tour this year, finishing bottom would be not a disaster, but it'd be a very
100.
unwelcomed position. And one of the things you do when you've got a bit of a reputation like Ron Meulenkamp, you can just feel a little bit embarrassed by that position. And depending on your friendship circles and what sort of
100.
atmosphere you have, well, you probably know exactly the sort of circles I'm talking about in darts, which would be more than happy to screenshot that and text it you every single moment of tonight and tomorrow.
100.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be a few WhatsApp messages if he did. But it's not just the doubt from your friends. It's you go back to the hotel and you start thinking, what did I do wrong? What did I do different?
100.
Why have I finished bottom when I know I'm playing well? And then you ask yourself all these questions. You don't have the answers. And then you stew on it in your hotel room.
57.
So you come here trying to find the answers and the questions are still going around in your head.
That's why having mentors is so important in sport. Someone you can just speak to. They don't have to be
on your choir
a full expert in the
144.
field at times. It's just someone who can give you a couple of directions or answers rather than you sitting there with questions, because like you said, you don't have the answers to those questions. Otherwise you wouldn't be asking them. So all you do is just ask more and more questions, which causes more and more doubt. Sometimes you just need to pick that apart a little bit and just simplify things a little bit.
59. John, your choir 104. Game shot the second
104
leg.
finish for John Brown. Finds tops. We have a level game. Both players.
Third leg
One
run
from
to
one on their
Thoreau
checkouts.
first. Game on. $100.
Just looking at both of them, they're still fully focused. It would be easy to switch off, but
190.
they're both giving it absolutely everything.
$100. $57.
John Brown slightly in front. I wouldn't call it an opportunity yet, especially now.
190.
Ron Meulenkamp's 15th
100. Or on your
180
wire,
of the campaign, so
121.
Although the overall performance hasn't been there, the maximum hitting has been.
65. John, you require 164.
Let's go on the new school route, as we've called it.
56. Ron, you require 56.
Tops for 2-1. Last dart, double 10.
36.
It's not gone.
John, you require 108.
What a dart that is. Gives him a dart at double 16.
92. Ron, you require
Can't
20.
praise that second dart enough, Matt.
He nearly backed up that
Game
104
shot the
finish
third
it
leg,
took
Ron
to win
Muhlenkamp.
his first leg of this match, but it's Ron Muhlenkamp who gets the third leg.
Fourth leg, John to throw first.
Everything
Game
down
on.
with throw. But John Brown asking the questions on the Muhlenkamp throw.
140.
This has been by far the best day we have seen from John Brown. He's had two averages of 97, an 85 and an 83.
190.
Significant improvement on what we've seen so far. And that goes on the back of the significant improvement he made from day 1 to day 2.
44.
Only averaged 78 on his opening day, raised that to an 84 yesterday, and it's going to be above that again today.
Yeah, starting to show the form
60.
from last time he was here when he got to the Saturday night final.
$96.
Could do with a treble here, Muhlenkamp.
60.
Can't find one.
$60.
Big last visit there,
John,
Matt.
you require
And
160.
arguably makes him favourite now, unless John Brown can find one of the biggies, and he can't.
93. Ron, you require 61.
To move himself a leg away. There's a
Game
good
shot the
route
fourth
there
leg,
for a player
Ron
that likes tops,
Muhlenkamp.
and a nice clean finish there from Ron Muhlenkamp. A 14 dart leg to break the throw, and he's going to finish
Fifth leg
this
run to throw
campaign
first. Game on.
with his best performance of the day, but he seems to always put something good in game 5. A 91.62 on day 1, and 94.81
100.
yesterday, and again he's over the 90 mark in this one.
He is
100.
just 401 points away from taking the points, but it's been a very exciting game, this.
140.
Both of them playing their part in a fabulous final fixture in Group A.
100.
Needs a treble.
91.
Picks off treble 17 to leave 170. John Brown needs a 2 treble visit in reply. There's one.
100.
Can't find the other.
Ron, you require
So Ron Muhlenkamp has
170.
6 starts if needed to get rid of the 170. It's not going to go.
56.
So 201 for JB. How handy can he leave it?
100.
Huge
on
last
your bar,
start. Gets him down to
114.
101. Moulenkamp, 114 to win it. Not going to get a dart.
74. John Yorquire 101.
Not a fan of that way either, but John Moran, treble 19.
69. Ron Yorquire 40.
Right, tops for Moulenkamp to win it.
Game. Shot.
Only needs the
And
one
the
dart.
match,
Ron
Ron
Moulenkamp
Moulenkamp.
ends his Group A campaign with a 4-1 victory over John Brown. John Brown played his part in that 4-1. Doesn't really do him justice. It was a lot closer than that one, but that sees off all of our action in Group A. Congratulations to Jim Long, who takes the title on leg difference from Fallon Sherrick, as we hand over to Matt and Henry on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Phil. Well, that was a drama-filled session, to say the least.
What a group. It came down to literally game 14 on day number 3. There's only one match there that wasn't really relevant to who won the table. It was a really good group. It's what we thought. It was a low points tally in the end, 20 points winning it, but that's just due to the fact of everyone beating each other. Really entertaining group.
Now, Matthew Edgar said earlier on that 20 points would win the day and that Jim Long would win the day. How did the table finish? 20 points won the day, Jim Long won the day. You know darts.
And tonight's lottery numbers are... yeah, it's... you just look at numbers and you just look through it. A lot of the time it can guide us in the right direction. And in terms of Jim Long, the form line was just there. He was playing the right games. He was playing good performances. He wasn't turning those performances into wins, but they had to come eventually if he continued to do so. He did continue to do so, and it's the overall consistency that got him over the line.
And it wasn't just the consistency, was it? When it came to the big moments and it came to the crunch, he came up with some big finishes, the 103, namely, of course, against Fallon, to say the least. Now, this is the moment that he secured qualification against Barry Van Peer. And to do it 4-0 as well in that sort of scenario says a lot about his mental capabilities.
Yeah, he was a one-player game. I said on commentary at points in that match that I felt if this was a boxing match, I'd have thrown the towel in at this point, because Barry Van Peer just wasn't at the races in that game where Jim Long was producing some of his very best. And when we look at what he's done, the averages over 90 have been consistent all the way through. That's enough to play in any room, in any arena in the world, and to be competitive. So no surprise to see him top of the table. He's shown really good consistency, but also really good bottle. Every time he's needed to produce something, he's found a way to get over that line.
Well, we've seen Jacob Taylor so impressive in the last series, and we've seen Dan Lauby in this series, Champions Week. Do you feel like the players that are coming from North America now are getting stronger and stronger as time goes on?
Credit to the CDC. You know, we've had good players. Jim Long was up here not too long ago saying how many good players there are, but there's so many miles that separate them. I've had these conversations with players in the past, like John Park, Jeff Smith, people that have said exactly the same thing that Jim Long's saying. But now with things such as the CDC, that system's coming into place that's putting them all under one roof, and it's bringing through talent. We see last week in Madison Square Garden, and we're seeing in players coming over such as Danny Baggish, Jules Van Dongen, who have had tour cards, and Van Dongen's still got his at the moment. And we're seeing this develop a lot more. The system needs to support the players. It's doing so now. It's the first step forward, and I think maybe 1 or 2 steps beyond what's at the moment in terms of the development of that, and we are going to see a lot more tour card holders, and we could see another champion from that side.
Well, Jim Long, it's not been a bad couple of weeks, has it? He beat Michael Smith at Madison Square Garden. He won a World Seniors Open event, and he's into Saturday night's final. But a couple of words on those who came so close to making it through themselves, beginning with Fallon Sherrick, where at one point today it looked as if she was in the box seat to go and qualify for Saturday's final. Her finishing was absolutely exquisite. 7-ton plus checkouts all told, including a plethora of bullseye finishes, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end.
No, and I felt like she was just lacking something today, and I felt like throughout this whole campaign that she's been up at the top end of the table, she's been getting those results. I think some of them have probably come down to reputation. She does carry around a reputation with her. She is one of the names in the sport, and with that, the averages was around the 84 mark, which is going to be competitive, but with the players we've had this week, I didn't see that being enough to win the group. So I thought she'd have to come here today and raise the game. She wasn't able to. She was able to get some big moments in matches, but it wasn't consistently brilliant enough to get her over the line. And yes, she had those big finishes, but a lot of that came on the back of some poor scoring, which kind of meant she had to.
How do you think Bay Van Peer is going to feel going into tomorrow's action in Group B? Because there was a point where today it looked as if it was very much conceivable that he could go on and claim the spoils. And that was courtesy of this victory against Fallon Sherrock. Would he feel like possibly yesterday cost him his chances of qualifying straight away?
Yeah, today wasn't the problem for Barry Van Peer. The problem's been the whole campaign as such. In terms of winning this group, he's not played bad at all. And I still fully expect to see him on Saturday. That shouldn't really be an issue for Barry Van Peer, especially going into Group B where there's 3 opportunities out of the 5 positions. I fully expect him to take one of those. Whether it's a top spot, I don't know. 2 or 3, it doesn't really matter. In terms of getting through to Saturday, they all give you the same reward. I expect to see him there regardless. I just don't think he's been good enough to win a Group A.
What's your thoughts on the 3 players who finished in the bottom 3 positions in the group?
Well, indifferent, which is why they are in those bottom 3 positions. It's very hard to get a read on them. When we look at John Brown, his performance was getting better, and then it nosedived. Ron Meulenkamp, getting better, it nosedived. If there's anyone who hasn't nosedived, it's Joey ten Berg. He seems to be finding a bit more consistency out with the 3 of them, but I think they're going to be an interesting watch, and especially when we look across the 3 players that are coming in as well. There's some talent coming in the 3 players that are going to be joining us this week. That Group C is going to be very tightly contested. It's going to be like this Group A.
Well, let's see how it breaks down then over the next couple of days. So we're halfway through our action for the week here at the Super Series. Jim Long, the first player to confirm his spot into Saturday night's final. Let's begin with Group C, because this is a group full of intrigue because of the players coming in it. Jamie Kelling has made Champions Week before. You've got Alex Small, who won the Champion of Champions, which is the most cutthroat format in world darts. And we've seen before from Alan Norris at the Super Series, once he gets going, there's a really good level.
I think when we look at the players coming in, Alan Norris, for me, is going to join the 3 players we've seen so far this week in different. We've seen some really, really good levels from Alan Norris, but then we've also seen him struggle with the amount of games that he has to play throughout the day. And I think we could see that again here from Alan Norris, a little bit of inconsistency. Whereas with Alex Small and Jamie Kelling, they've hit quite high ceilings. Like I say, that title that Alex Small won, a very, very lucrative title, very, very hard to win. And this sort of format is the same thing. It's very short format. You've got to start well. I always think he's a danger in this sort of event.
And I'll tell you what, 10 o'clock tomorrow night could be very good indeed, because Group B has got probably one of the toughest cast lists we've seen. Berry, Fallon, we've seen what they've done over the last couple of days. But Scott Taylor made it to Champions Week last time out by averaging 109 in the final. And as for Sean McDonald, he's probably one of the most consistent players we have in this competition.
Yeah, for someone who doesn't play that often, he finds certainly a good level of consistency, which tells me he's doing something right within his practice and his routines. We see Lee Budgeon down here before win a Group A, so that is very, very competitive. And it's exactly what we expected. When I saw the lineup come through and I saw who was in all these groups, I thought, this is going to be a tough one to call. And 5 of the players that are out of the 12 players here have always made finals night. I think someone's going to lose their record.
It's going to be an interesting couple of days, that is for sure. Which means you've got to join us for the next couple of days to see who's going to join that finals night field on Saturday evening. Remember, it's a double session day Thursday here at the Super Series. Now, we begin at 1 o'clock. That's exclusively live on the Super Series YouTube channel before we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock. And then the evening session gets underway from 10 p.m. all live here on Sporty Stuff TV. Myself and Matt will be back with you tomorrow from 1 p.m. for all the action from Group C. But as far as Group A is concerned, Jim Long was just too strong for the rest of the field.